years. Okay, does anybody remember what happened last week?
We met a bunch of magic nerds. They were very spicy and wanted us to get involved in a political plot. I can be more detailed, but that's my 2 cents summary.
That's a pretty good synopsis. Fucking nerds and their poly issues.
That and we were walking down the road and someone apparently people were keeping like pet dinosaurs, which multiple movies have warned us about, but people apparently still keep trying to do it. And
to be fair, I think it was slaves trying to trying to use things that would help them not be slaves. But yeah, they might have been.
I don't accept that excuse. That's
so those are technically trainable as war mounts. They count as a creature you can train.
Yeah, I get that part. I don't get the, oh no, it was the slaves. It's like, he had a weapon.
Hand the lizard folk an escaped dinosaur weapon, a tale as old as time.
Anyways, so yeah, that's a pretty that's a fair summary. You guys finished sailing upriver, wandered to the Kiva clan lands, which are sort of the breadbasket. So lots of farming, which unfortunately in this type of system means lots of plantations. Encountered some friendly dinos. I mean, not friendly to you, but they're possibly friendly. Stayed there. Stayed in their capital for the night, or clan hold, more accurately. Did not stay in the guest house that was offered by the very friendly. They're just a very friendly people, but you were understandably a little leery of staying in one of their guest houses, and then continued on your way to the greater Irnix clan, which is ruled by a not as friendly, not as friendly, very powerful wizard, and she didn't do anything hostile, but she did happily get the information you guys had and gave you what she'd been able to figure out, which was that not only is there an overlord involved, she gave you the name of said overlord, which should be fun. And then she said if you want her to even, she was very careful in the wording. She didn't say she would join your, faction, but she said she would consider it if you got rid of the pain in the neck that she's been dealing with, which is a succession crisis in the Lemeq clan. Lemeq clan? That sounds right. Damn generator. Lemeq clan, we'll say that. So yeah, you agreed to that because it seemed the obvious thing to do. And we're currently, if I remember correctly, plotting out with very little detail, because you didn't have a lot of detail yet, what you might do when you get there. You found a little bit out about the two candidates, and that's where we left off.
And we discussed going, promoting the one that was, we were going to go check it out, but we had lots of theories about which one would be better to promote if we went there.
Yes. Yep. There's it's split between the second daughter of the old clan head and her nephew. Those are pretty much the two surviving members of that family. So they're the main candidates, and they're both trying to put their hat in the ring, so to speak. The second daughter was kind of someone who nobody ever really expected to be in that position. She's very skilled as a rider, as an actual warrior, but less than diplomatic, one might say. But she does have the backing of some local forces, if nothing else, through respect of her skill. The nephew is actually quite well known as the one that they would regularly send with or as in the more recent years, the kind of diplomatic rep of the clan. But he's not very well respected because he's just not known for skill in riding or warrior stuff. So it's kind of oh, and as far as where they both lied, or lay rather, the second daughter was known for being against slave reform and against expansion, wherein the nephew was pro both of those things. The Hows and
I think we
Whys
should. I think
are
we should
not.
pick the nephew.
Yeah, the Hows and Whys are not like real detailed. You don't know how firm they are on those, but those are their official stances. Yeah. So I feel I should ask, as because there will be plenty of time in character to talk over it and whatnot. Did you guys want to continue to talk in like basically the penthouse suite of this powerful old lady is a bad term to use with powerful beings, but this old, aged wizard, or I wish it was something besides witch because that's has other connotations, but powerful magic caster. Did you want to talk in her penthouse suite and discuss this, or did you want to take the weird elevator down this like massive tower and discuss it on your way?
I'm fun to walk and talk.
Fair enough. She
Walking works.
she's not sad to see you go, although you know what? Yeah, she does Mercer, you hear a whisper as you leave via the message cantrip
Ah,
that if you are she basically says that if you're prompt about this, she has a potential reward that you might like.
okay. I do like a mysterious rewards from terrifying, manipulative people.
Well, have I got the game for you? But
yeah.
yeah.
Purser, like he starts to turn toward her, but like realizes and like stops himself.
Best spy ever. But but
Look,
yeah,
there's no time for training.
yeah, that's true. Hey, who has it? But yeah, it's once again, it's less an elevator and more like the floor melts underneath you and just at a steady pace, so you just basically slide down the tower as it rearranges itself for you. And yeah, the whole tower is basically a block of material that just shapes it as they want it to.
So
But
inefficient.
terribly, yeah. Who would want that? Uh,
I mean, hey, at least, they're not doing the whole Televani, if you can't levitate like a real person, stay the fuck out.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah, that's fair. But yeah, you guys are outside in the whole clan, like for the whole clan hold is contained in the tower. Basically, the courtyard of this enormous tower is just storage. Um, like they don't even seem to have slaves housed out here. But that probably has something to do with the fact that they don't actually have that many like slaves here, or at least ones made of flesh. They use elementals a lot. But either way, yeah, it's nobody really stops you. Apparently, word was sent ahead that you're leaving.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're on the road again, so to speak. And sorry to interrupt at the beginning of discussions. I just wanted to get a better picture of that for myself. So, if you guys want to walk and talk or just run away, whatever you want to do.
I think it's just a general rule of ours that we try not to have conversations like this, like 5 feet outside of a door.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know.
Alright, no, here's what we really discussed the intrigue. Right outside their front door.
However you want to do it, guys. But
I
I
know we
also
could have had this. Sorry, go ahead.
I know. So it's. I just want to say it's about 8:30 at night. Since you decided quite wisely that approaching after dark would be better for Drow, culture, given their whole "we prefer to be up at night" thing. But it is a long dark road ahead, probably about 30 miles.
I wish I could cast Tensor's Disc on someone else just so they could drag me along while I sleep.
I mean,
Thanks,
it's
Freya.
D&D. You could get there. Maybe that's the reward. I use this all the time. I cast it on elemental and just has the elemental, hover for X distance.
Freya, what are you doing?
Being a cat.
Yeah, it's a problem.
That's the fun of being a cat. But yeah, so it's actually a clear night. There's none of the rain, thank goodness, that you've been dealing with. And yeah, you're heading out into the dark.
Well, I'll just trust Bemi to lead the way and trudge my way through the darkness, I guess.
At least there's a road. Like, there's not regular branches coming out of nowhere to like slap at your face and stuff like that. Traveling through the jungle in the dark is much worse.
I doubt, however, that Drow are the people to put streetlights on the roads.
No, they're not. That's a fair bet. But with a couple of the
Pick and be or seeing eye moth.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe it's like reverse, like it sucks the light out. Darkness lamps. There we go.
That's a bit extreme.
I mean, I think that's a thing in Faerun Drow, but I don't remember it from Eberron ones.
I mean, given that this is effectively Telvanni Central, this is exactly the sort of stupid shit that they would do that no one else would.
Freya.
It's a matter of if they care enough to do it. Like, remember, they only claim the actual land around their tower for a couple miles. They were in a very weird inversion. Normally, the Greater Clan has the most land. They literally just basically gifted it to Piva and Lemeq for the sake of, hey, you guys are farmers and ranchers. Do this, and we don't have to bother with it. But anyways, yeah, it's a couple miles later, and the road, which it doesn't get bad, but the road went from being incredibly, almost slick, smooth, and just perfectly made, gets a little rougher, obviously more wear and tear on it. And you're going. The road takes you through basically the foothills of the Solkas volcano, which are much drier and closer to scrubland than anything else you've seen on the Big Island so far. Think like the western side of the Big Island on Hawaii. Even if the overall temperature stays the same, it's an almost physical relief to finally step out of the ever-present humidity that the Corvarians have been enduring since you arrived here. Mixed in with everyday plants is the occasional heat-dependent volcanic plant, although they don't look like they're doing very well when competing with more standard varieties. But you're definitely far enough away at this point that if anybody's just standing next to the walls, they're not going to hear you chatting.
Discussing paradise to me, no humidity.
Yeah, I mean that's an element here. It's actually quite nice. Downside is everything looks stunted and kind of scrubland compared to the just bright green you've all gotten used to.
Pick doesn't feel as fluffy, not as much needed to keep her looking lusciously plush. Dry ick.
So once we're on the way, a purser will mention, she offered me some kind of reward in secret as we were leaving.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm not sure if it was a personal reward for me or us collectively.
I mean,
But
either way, that's good.
did you receive similar offers?
Me? Nah.
Anyone?
Oh,
No.
No.
Oh, it's clear. No.
They
Hmm.
never
Wouldn't
spoke
imagine why.
directly to Bemmy at all, and like avoided
no.
looking at him.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we complete this task with promptness, she is offered this reward. No
You
idea
know
what
what
it
it is?
is.
Oh, you don't. Okay. Well, let's go get you something shiny then.
Hmm.
Potentially shiny.
Indeed.
Maybe it's, I don't know, something not shiny, but you get my point.
Yes. Well, let us be off, I think. We can discuss our plans on the long, dark road.
Not that dog.
Purser's just like looking in a different direction as he's talking to you.
That poor man.
So, the urge to just like shine the lantern right in Bemmy's face.
Why is it
Oh,
always me?
What did I ever do to deserve this?
I mean specifically.
My pupils just disappear.
Hi. Can you get off the keyboard?
I was wondering what
No.
the aggressive taps. That's probably it. But yeah, if you want to discuss it, like I said, it's a full day's travel. You will have to. Actually, you know what? If you're willing to go at a at a forced march type pace, like half jogging, you could get there in a day, but you'll be possibly exhausted. But you could also go a
No.
little slower and just take like arrive there next evening type thing.
I'm fine with that, since it's going to be nighttime while we're talking to all these stupid nocturnal people anyway.
I resent that.
That's
You
just
damn
rude.
right you should.
I'm perfectly fine with walking because rucking at a jog is something I've done, and I don't want to fucking do that even in this imaginary life.
Yep. I'm with you.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nope. I like my shins and knees too much.
Which is saying something, given that I know jump masters who were usually a couple inches shorter than when they joined. But
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
yeah, it's like I said, going on through, it's just most of the night that you're traveling, you're in this scrubland. Um, and as you kind of head downwards at a slight slope, that humidity starts to creep back in pretty quickly. Um, but at least it's not jungle that you're headed into. It is instead very tall and browning here and there, but very thick grassland. As you're heading in, some of which is between this is very tall grass, so it's I'd say between like 4 and 7 feet tall, some of it. So just this, like as you're first going in, those of you who can see under the moonlight, just the waves of grass, like as the wind blows across it, it's like watching waves in an ocean. Grassland stretches out quite a ways, and yeah, but the road luckily keeps is very steady, and although you're surrounded, although very quickly it feels a little claustrophobic for those of you who can't fly, because it just sort of feels like you enter into a tunnel almost. But yeah, you're passing through a grassland now.
At least getting out of the trees and the mountains, there's more light from the moons.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a thing. There was a fair amount of light in the kind of scrubby hills, but yeah, this is very flat all of a sudden.
I will
Okay.
definitely tell Pick to stay above us and let us know if we see like Jurassic Park fucking like dinosaur shit sneaking up on us while we're going through this like ridiculously tall grass.
Watch. For once, I am very tall.
Anything that attacks us in this night is in grave peril in these dry grasses.
Don't.
Softly. Don't.
His like fingers are twitching, like you can feel the
If we get
kindling.
attacked, do not. I'll say again. Do not use fire. I do not want to burn to death in this fucking foreign land.
I don't have many other options.
Have you ever
Well,
considered not
that
using fire?
he's a
You sound crazy.
pyromancer.
Become
He
a cryo.
lances pyros.
Become a fucking cryomancer then.
He's already put a lot of effort
Master
into
the
making
power of ice.
fire real good. I'm sorry that we can't all be like you and punch stuff.
You can't punch things.
Can, but not as good as you. I can shoot things pretty good. He lights things on fire. And then, of course, we have a sneaky little moth lady who's good at flying. And then we have Lugger, who's good at, well, shooting and stabbing. It's kind of a package deal with his weapon. But my point is,
Huh?
just let him figure it out.
I punched someone once.
Dad, you hurt your
Mm,
hand? I bet you did. I
Yeah.
didn't mean that. That was mean.
That'll be our diplomatic introduction to the region. Burn down the entire countryside.
Look, these
So-
people worship fire. It's or something. I don't understand.
I don't
They'll
think
like
they
it.
can, I'm sure they can eat fire too.
So
Can't
I would
you?
like to, I would like to say that as far as the ideas of burning the grassland, that would not be a concern of yours to deal with like the political fallout, because you would all burn to death from the fucking firestorm that would happen there.
Smoke inhalation. Do 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 do.
Yeah, it's DM. I
We'd be
fly above the
fine.
fire. Okay.
Fire, the one thing that travels faster uphill.
But jokes aside, yeah, I think Purser's not a dull boy. He knows to not light all of this stuff on terrible fire.
Unless I have a backup plan
Right, yeah, unless you have a
for
backup plan.
exactly this scenario, which I planned a
Exactly.
month ago.
Yeah, see, he's got this. But regardless, yeah, you guys are heading along, and Pick, you said that you're keeping an eye out, so to speak.
Yep.
Okay. What is your passive perception? Out of curiosity.
It is. Come on, eyeballs. 14.
14. Okay. 1 sec. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a happy night of walking ahead of you as you guys continue on the road. And did you guys want to plan anything out now, or did you want to plan it out during your long rest? Or I'm just trying to get an idea so that like it doesn't come to you've arrived and the party's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, we can do the talking during the long rest itself once we're safe and cozy inside of a solid stone tower.
Okay, that's fair. Sec here. Where is this? Okay. Yeah, and then as you guys continue on, let's see, 8 hours. Yeah, the sun is starting to rise at this point, and you're all feeling quite tired. You didn't push it hard, but you were definitely traveling at a pretty decent pace, especially for those of you who have to like, even on a smooth road, you have to have somebody help make sure you don't wander into one of the the ditches on the side of it or something like that. So it's nice to rest eventually, or at least get somewhere that's just not where you're not blind. But yeah, you successfully finish your day's travel without any major issues, or night's travel rather, and you think you're only about 6 miles away from where you should be. At this point, I will say you actually have spotted a couple of like ranches, but just mostly by virtue of these little roads that go off the main one out, and you wouldn't be able to see much detail of them if not for Pick, but Pick fluttering up above the grass line, you can see some pretty big ranches. And more than that, it takes you a minute to recognize them as like settlements, because while all the buildings are made of stone, as the Sulitar tend to prefer, um, these wide one-story homes have their walls buried in soil, like which forms a gentle slope, which in turn is covered in grass. Um, so it makes the buildings look more like small hills. You see vast flocks of feathered sprinters. You even see a few small herds of three horns. Um, for her part, Lady Wayrub mentions that three horns are not native to the island, but were brought over from the mainland a few centuries ago during trade with one of the Sulitar city-states there. They're clearly being trained as war mounts. As you can see, several are carrying custom-made howdahs. They're low-slung, partially shielded to avoid the entire carriage being shaken off when the three-horn charges. Which it was surprisingly hard to find good images of this, but I was able to find one. So let's go to Mishann. There it is. Creatures. Ignore the like helmeted obvious humans, but something like this. And yeah, how close to one of these ranches do you guys want to set up the tower? Because they're starting to get like they're actually getting frequent enough that there's pretty wide breaks in like the incredibly tall grass.
I'll
Just
just set it
because
up right in the middle of the road.
Okay, that's that's fair. All right. Sure, you can do that.
No
close enough
property
to the-
disputes here.
It's close enough to the wizard nerds. They're like fucking wizards parking their stuff in the worst places.
It could be that.
Someone comes by with a piece of chalk and draws lines. There, you're in the lines now. Way to park wrong.
The old Jersey trick, yeah. Slap a ticket on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys can set up your restful day's tower, and retire for the hateful daylight hours.
Get inside. Get away from Bob.
Mhm.
So before we go to bed, are we talking about something? No?
I am.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
It's okay.
I think the main thing was like I imagine this is something like a retcon where we all talk about what we talked about at the end of a session and kind of come to the conclusion that we need more info before we can really like make more of a move. At the very least, I mean, the most we can really do is like say who we're going to like check out first, but like ultimately, you know, I think we were leaning towards the anti-expansion candidate, which if I remember correctly, is the daughter.
Second daughter. Yep.
Yeah, second daughter. But again, we could show up and find out that If you want to take away our slaves, you're going to have to take it out of my cold, dead hands. We're joining the pact now. Like, that could be a thing, so that's... Till we know more, we can't really plan more, I guess.
That's fair. Yeah,
I
no,
mean-
absolutely. I just wasn't sure exactly, so I figured I'd ask.
Basically, the way I see it is that we're choosing who Mishann is going to be fighting later, if it comes down to it.
Could be. Yeah.
And I'd be happier with someone politically minded that's at least going to play the game with us than someone that'll steamroll us while we're small.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see.
Pick just blinks through the conversation, listening mostly because she's like
Oh, pick.
stares and not political aligned moth,
Yep.
but very enthusiastic.
In the conversation, Purser will be like quoting like political theorists and like great works from like Corvarin writers.
Or even probably
For
some of
once-
Karn the Conqueror, like,
Oh,
in
yeah.
Karn's, what is it, Intellects of War or something? Yeah, like,
Mhm.
yeah, it
For once,
clearly says.
Balthazar will actually be able to respond in kind and actually like talk about these philosophical topics.
Bemmy would take a piece of fruit, break it in half, hand one half to Pick, and be like, "So, you never told me what your favorite dinosaur was."
Fair enough.
Well, we can discuss favorite dinosaurs.
And you
I like the
just hear from
ankylosaurus.
the philosophical debate across the way, Megalodon, and then this goes back to it.
Now wait a minute.
Always
I'm not
like
the
pterosaur.
ankylosaur.
Like you can drag Purser into a tangent with that. Because he's gonna do the whole actually those are sharks and fish, they're not actually dinosaurs.
It's a prehistoric animal.
They're not actually. It's not here, so it's one of those.
Yeah.
It's just a big animal, but on the same level, I feel like the classifications would be very muddied here by the fact that it's like I've been imagining it as like late Victorian era classifications as far as natural sciences because it's very you don't need to do science stuff that much if everything is mage tech or what is it ether tech, I don't know, but
Well,
yeah, however
no,
you want.
Tech is something entirely different. It's still scientific approaches, it just uses magic instead of technology.
It's fair.
That's
Which
the whole
if
point.
yeah, no, I was just trying to think on like that's always been a weird spot for me. It's like this, so they're utilizing a law of the natural world, which would make it scientific, but they're also utilizing natural laws that are like make sure to rub sheep's blood here 6 times to like I
Well, it
feel like that
depends
would
on how
confuse
you're
people.
approaching the magic. Because like a wizard knows why he's doing what he's doing. A sorcerer might not.
That's true. Yeah. But either way, yep. You guys can have your chat. I will say, about an hour into it, there is furious knocking at your door.
So I'll
I'm knocking an arrow and pointing it at the door.
Okay.
yeah, I'll walk over to the door and open it up.
Yeah, you see a drow wearing goggles. The same goggles Bemmy's so fond of. Looking in and says, "Hey, move your damn tower. Some of us have got to try and travel these hours." And he gestures towards a double wide wagon that's being hauled down the road by a team
So
of feathered sprinters.
I'll respond in common because I don't have comprehend languages up and didn't understand a word he said. What? I need you to say that slower. My Elvish
Yes,
isn't
your
very good.
towers. It says the tower's in the way.
Ah, yes. I'm sorry.
He gestures towards you and says something in Elvish. Which, for those of you who speak Elvish, which is, I think, like everyone else, it's a rude thing, he said. Do you say I'm sorry and not do anything? Because that would fucking be for
It will take me 10 minutes to move it, but yes, I will
Okay.
get to work on that. So I'll
This-
go off to the side of the road and start recasting it.
This is very like trucker yelling at someone at 3 a.m. for just parking their car in downtown Manhattan or something. It's like, the fuck are you doing?
Why did you build a fucking treehouse complete with a tree in the middle of in the middle of traffic?
Well, you seem that busy. To be fair, you didn't see anybody else on the road at the time. Like, obviously, traffic is
To
not
be
heavy.
fair,
So
he didn't see fucking anything.
I
when he
could
was
barely
gassing
see
his
the
car.
road.
We are sorry for the blind white one. He parks like an idiot.
that's fair. Okay.
He's from Jersey. Forgive him. He can't park for shit.
To be fair, Jersey people can park when they want to. They just don't care. But anyways, yeah, if it was Jersey, just like you just answer, "Oh, yeah, that sucks," and close the door and bar it. But yeah, you're able to do that, and after some grumbling, the pretty sizable cart loaded with what looks like pelts, or at least hides, continues past at a slow pace. The guy's still grumbling about taking time out of his. It's bad enough to be working this time.
Let's see.
Which way was
what time
he
is that
going?
again?
He is headed to the west towards Earnix Cole,
Okay.
where you came from.
Yep. What were you saying, Balthasar?
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, if it takes 10 minutes, I'll probably talk to the guy and at least kind of calm him down since I know Elvish.
Okay. Sure. Give me a persuasion. He's not like violent. He's just really pissed.
Oh boy. 19.
Okay. Yeah. With a 19, he's like, you're able to explain it. We're foreign, sorry about this, that type of thing. He doesn't like the foreign element. He grumbles something about, there's too many of them here lately, but he does accept that you are ignorant of these things being foreign. And yeah, he'll definitely seems to calm down and be in a better mood. And
Classic Gaijin card.
and you know what? I would say with a 19, you could ask one question for his opinion about things, how the clan's doing, if you want to try and get some info from a local perspective.
He said he's going to Ernest Call from Lemeq.
Yes, Lemeq.
I guess don't really know what to ask because to make it flow right doesn't sound like I'm trying to like spy on him, but I guess I'll ask him like how is Lemeq Call going? I heard there's a secession crisis.
Yeah, he shakes his head at that and just says, "It's a damn shame. Either you got the daughter who's more of the same. Everybody, all the last clan heads have been in the fucking ranchers' pockets, and then you got the other one who's a theater goer, if you know what I mean, and had way too much foreign business going into his party. I don't really want neither. I don't like neither of them.
They're all bought and known by someone, huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
That's great. Excellent.
Is it? Nice. I gotta get going. Thanks for moving your tower.
I didn't do it. That's blame the wizard. I don't know how to do that shit. I just
Oh, you got wizards? I thought,
that's how
sorry about that.
that's how the tower came out of the ground.
Well, I mean, you got
No,
magic. I just
we
didn't know
were
you had
just
wizards.
we're just really fast builders.
I mean,
We're Amish settlers coming
He
coming
seems
colonizing the area.
surprised that you guys had. So this is kind of a like foreigners probably don't have proper magic. He assumed that it was innate. So when you say wizard, it kind of undercuts his concepts of like.
It's like going to Japan and being surprised that they have grocery stores.
Yeah, it's that. It's that. And first, like, yeah, oh, you got wizards. Well, sorry about that, but I guess that's good. Anyways, I gotta get going. And he gets back to work.
Orc Elven Trucker.
But yeah, pretty much. But yeah, we'll say for the sake that doesn't interrupt your long rest. You've got plenty of time to sleep until sunset if you want.
Awesome.
And do you guys want to do your usual watch, or you feel confident you're near major settlement? What could happen?
I mean, Pick and Pearl can keep it up too, and Bemmy only sleeps 4 hours, or only trances 4 hours.
We go to
That's fair.
sleep and a Brontosaurus knocks down the tower because we weren't on watch.
And we have clear sight lines here, so the tower's a really good spot to scout from.
Yeah, this is like it's close to like Iowa level of like once you're on the second or third floor, looking out is just incredibly clear sight lines. This is the tallest thing until the city or until town. Um, so yeah, and yeah, you like actually from up on the second level, Pick, Bemmy, and whoever else wants to do some watching. You can actually kind of see better up here. I guess just Bemmy and anyone who's not Pick can kind of see what she was talking about when she said there were these strange places. That's where all those little roads went when you were going along the main drag. You can actually see the outlines of these ranches and things like that, and it's like, yeah, those were huge. Those cover incredible distance. You just see huge herds, or I guess it would be flocks of feathered sprinters, trihorns. Not as big there, but just clearly they're serious when they say like this is a ranching type area. So, but yeah, other than that, I'm just gonna say right now, nothing interrupts your rest, and the sun is getting real low and is just about set by the time all of you are getting up and about.
Purser wakes up to his usual Pick, several inches from his face.
Yeah.
Awake from the little hairs bristling against his nose, tickling him. He sneezes awake.
You've got to get closer for that than usual because she's not as foofy. Oh.
Yeah, one of these days, Percy's just gonna invent a spell that can actually keep her out. Just locking the door doesn't do anything because he's a rogue.
That's like the only free TV she gets. None of the rest of these people dream. You're taking away her shows.
But
Just
yeah, go ahead.
shuts himself up in like a sleeping bag and closes the thing.
They're all fuzzy when you do that. Slap in the side of the sleeping bag. Yeah, you guys get up and get going, and by the time you get to Lemeq itself, it is fully dark, although it's just barely. There's still just that like hint of light on the horizon. But with as many moons as there are in Eberron, I don't think it ever gets really pitch black out. At least that's my headcanon. Is nighttime there is probably a very different experience.
I think it's darker when the Maybar moon is full. But
that's fair. Yeah, that would be
whichever that one is.
magic shenanigans. Yeah, I have a list somewhere, but I know what you mean. Beyond that, yeah, it's always kind of more twilighty than pitch black. But yeah, you guys start going into the outskirts of the clan hold, and as you guys go in, you find that all of them have been different so far. Sometimes wildly so, sometimes less otherworldly. But this is strange, even by those standards. Just like in the ranches that you passed, all the buildings seem to be half buried. And with so many of them, it makes the wide streets and roads look like they're laid out between dozens and dozens of small hills. As you get closer, Pick, you can see there's barely There's actually, it's not huge. Like this is not a big settlement, even by Clanhold standards.
She
And it's
relays,
not a
this does not
small
seem like
town.
it is very big.
Let me put you on the map. And here we go. All right. And it's yeah, and then you kind of realize like fluttering up around, it actually is decent size. It's just spaced out much wider than anyone sane would do. Like no other settlements you've run into have bothered to space it like this, where it's the equivalent of like if you've born and raised in Europe or something, and then you see your first American city or town, and you're just like, why would they do this? You can't walk anywhere. It's
Hmm.
this has that like difference in scale, and as you get in, almost no one's walking. Everyone seems to be riding a mount whenever possible. Um, Occasionally you'll see a slave or something on foot, but even those seem very rare. You've only seen about 4 slaves as you go into the city. Um, as like most places, it looks half empty in the aftermath of the plague, but uh, Lady Wayrub kind of chimes in, looking around with clear displeasure as you head deeper in, and says, "Those from like Lemeq, from the Lemeq clan, take pride in their lack of any real urban centers. Nearly all of them live isolated on ranches in the grasslands and only come together in their clan hold for celebrations or other important events. It's made for a somewhat rustic culture." And for his part, Lord Olenquite chuckles and says, "Understated as always, my lady, but they're the best cavalry on the islands, and I'd bet better than most of the mainland as well."
No?
I like it. It's quaint. Reminds me of some places in Thrain.
Yeah. Uh, Lady Wayrub just kind of winces a little bit once again. Odd that she understood you, but she seems to be picking it up. But yeah, this. But as you're walking, like several mounted drow do kind of dash past you. Not quite sprinting, but definitely a steady little gallop. Um, Heading to the southeast, where you see a fair number of people like filtering towards. So it seems like there's something going on to the southeast.
Hmm. Well, interesting things are always worth investigating. Let's see what's going on over there.
Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of a matter of deciding where you wander in these big streets. But heading in, eventually you come to a wide circle of buildings and tents that looks like it's normally a market area. The noise is coming from a large crowd of clansfolk, mostly cheering as a thin drow man in a fine half cloak stands on a raised platform, addressing them in the pitched tones of a trained orator's voice. Um, you're actually not sure if there's magic like boosting his tone. It's just that smooth. He is speaking in Elvish, so uh, someone might need to translate for Purser.
I
But
I had comprehend languages up.
gotcha.
Rich will
Okay.
cast it before we go into any city.
Ever. Yeah, fair enough. Um, and this, yeah, he speaks up and he says, "I'm quick. I come to you with news in our conflict with my cousin. Their failed raid last night has left them more vulnerable than ever. I would like to give my profound thanks to the skill of our warriors and their conviction in our cause." There's like just a burst of cheering again. "I know that many of you want to retaliate and destroy uh, Royal's entire force, but I would ask that we remember they are clanmates, and I will try once again to convince my cousin to see reason and cede leadership to me. If she refuses, we may be forced to continue this conflict, but I will give her every opportunity. There are far too few of us to waste lives on further infighting. With our clan's allies in the Verwick Pact, the Sulatar will soon gain true control of the islands, and they will need our mounts for any of it. Remember, Lemeq, ride them down. And there's plenty of cheering after the speech as he steps down, and you see, presumably this is Toes, the nephew. He's speaking with several folk, most of which look like guards around him. And yeah, the overall reception to the speech seems like everybody likes the words. It's kind of, even with the cheering, it's not like it was at a football rally. These people were not that enthused, but they're,
It's like a political campaign speech. He just shows up,
yeah,
says some words, and leaves.
yeah. This has a strong political campaign speech to it. But yeah,
Why are
he's.
you cheering? I don't know. He was cheering.
Why are you cheering? Somebody gave me a $5 to cheer. But but yeah, if you guys wanted to go, talk with him, try and shank him, this is a good time for those things.
Yeah, we could just end the encounter right here and end the session. Just kill
I
the fucking guy and run.
I have a map if you want to do that. It's an option.
We can always do that after we talk to him.
It is hard
Just
to come
saying
back
it.
from stabbing. Stabbing
say-
is last.
Well, we gotta make sure he dies, because he may win. He may win if he survives it.
If we don't want him to win, it is possible we want him to win once we learn.
I think talking with both of them would be best. Although it sounds like she's in the jungle, or in the wilds, in the bush, not the jungle.
So yeah, do you guys want to approach? And if so, how? Thank you, Scott.
I think we look exotic enough that we can just walk up to him and catch his interest.
Yeah, you've gotten a lot of looks from the people you've passed up until this point. None of which are just open hostility, but a couple muted glares. People don't seem thrilled about you, and it's a stark difference compared to what it was like in pickier clans, or in the previous lesser clan territory, where just everybody was cheering. You got curious looks there, but nobody was openly hostile. Here, kind of a lot of muted glares. There's sort of a Dern foreigners vibe overall here.
We don't like your kind around here.
Damn it, Skeeter, shut the hell up. But
I don't care if you like us, as long as you pay us the attention that we're due.
Exactly. But yeah, so if you guys walk up to him, the Drow man's guards bristle around him at your approach, but he sees you, and especially sees the Lady Wayrub and Lord Onquai, and offers an easy smile as he gestures them aside. Now, I don't think we've gotten to the point where even Ruriel would send someone to assassinate me in the middle of a crowd of supporters. As I assume you've gathered, I am Toes Kefang Lemeq, rightful clan head of Lemeq. He does a slight bow with his palm held to his forehead. What can I do for you?
So
I'll do a quick description. Toes is a drow who looks like he'd be in his early 20s if he was human. He has a slim physique that wouldn't look out of place on an academic or scholar. His white hair is carefully braided and draped over his left shoulder. He's wearing a fine green and gold outfit and a short black cloak. Okay.
So I'm going to look him straight in the eyes and say, I think we should give him the standard Mishann spiel and sound out his interest in joining an alliance, or at least a friendship with us.
Ice had a great idea.
Yes?
My ring. There's I keep forgetting his name, but I wonder if he has any information on this guy.
Lord Tons of Fun.
Yeah, I think it's Roriel?
Yeah. Lord Tons of Fun.
Rajin. Sorry, I know it began with an R. Rajin. Yeah, you could have asked him if you want a retcon to have asked him that.
I haven't. I mean, yeah. I mean, we can. I mean, me and him are buddies now. We've been talking to each other for days.
He despises you with every fiber of his non-existent self.
Yeah, that's what he
Don't
said.
worry. Don't worry. Yeah, but I'm the only thing you got, asshole.
Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage, because he
Sure
wasn't
thing.
lying. He fucking hates you.
He fucking hates you.
Can I use inspiration to make it just a normal
Sure.
check?
Absolutely. Yeah.
19.
You get the feeling he's getting desperate enough to talk to anyone that he's willing to, and it helps that it's gossip. Like, he was definitely, you don't get as good as he was at the game without knowing gossip. And for all of his flaws, he was a pretty good politician. He he actually asks you to repeat the name once or twice, and then starts laughing and says, that little fop is trying to take control of the clan. He was the head of the theater.
Yep. And I'm just crossing my arms like a little. I'm assuming that if I remember how the ring works, he can't see anything. All he can do is just detect me.
Yeah, like you can communicate, but yeah, like there's no. It's just back and forth between. He
Yeah,
can't see
I've
through your
just
senses at all. Yeah.
yeah, I've just given him the script. And, yep, it's him. He's trying to take over from his cousin, I think, and yeah, he's trying to act like he's the king now.
Yeah, he just he seems to forget how mad he's supposed to be at you in amusement with that. And just finds the whole thing deeply entertaining. He doesn't actually have a ton of other information about the guy, just because he was a non-entity. But he was the head of the theater. Occasionally, there was diplomatic efforts. I think I met him once. It never took me up in visiting the ecstatic arts. That's all I remember. Real goody two shoes. Or actually, he would probably say like something less human, but yeah, the equivalent of
Yeah.
a goody two shoes.
Okay.
Yep. I'll ask him. Do you know anything about his cousin? Yeah, like he's trying to take over too.
He's gonna assume you mean the first son.
Yeah, the first daughter or whatever. No, that's his first son's dead if I remember. It's the daughter,
Yeah,
third-born daughter.
And he doesn't know anything about her beyond they were carefully skipping over her in line. She was not considered they were they did really well with the son in this case, the first son, or well, first child, which was a man. Um,
I agree,
uh,
Luger.
he, he did. They were all they were very happy they got him. The second child, which was this one, she was very good at things clansmen are supposed to be good at, but she wasn't viewed as having any kind of mind for politics. And they were kind of betting it all on the third child, which was I think third daughter. Um, usually it's heir and the spare. Well, in this case, they went heir, skip over, then the spare would be the third one. So the fact that she got it, he just chuckles and says, "Well, that's going to be a disaster." That's his
So she's
only
that
input.
much. She's not that good.
Oh, she's an excellent warrior by all accounts. Who in their right mind would put a warrior in charge of anything?
Unless you're going to war, it's kind of useless.
Even then, I'd rather deal with a priest than a warrior. When all you've got is a hammer, all your problems look like nails. I assume you people have some kind of saying like that. Do you know what a hammer is?
Yes, yes. We where I came from, we had marvels of engineering for
I'm
a
sure.
base.
Anyways,
Don't worry,
that's
I won't be
all
able to
I
show
have.
you.
Pretty sure, but I'm pretty, there's no like base built on them. It clearly was aliens.
Yeah, Toll wasn't the giants that they inherited all their shit from.
That's a fair point. I never even thought of that.
Vicious. Like, he returns to sulking if you think that back at him. But
No, he does not say that. He does not think in character. He's trying to kind of befriend him because this guy actually is a pretty decent source of information for politics.
he is, yeah.
I did sever his head. Hopefully, he didn't see that. But maybe we could become buddies. Who knows?
Maybe he would. You know what? It would go a long way if you started sharing your senses with him, and maybe visited some fun places like brothels. He'd consider it. But anyways, uh, he
Oh,
doesn't.
so due to Johnny Silverhand treatment.
Yeah, he doesn't have
Wake
any
up,
other
samurai.
relevant information.
I'll be nice enough that if we walk by a brothel, I'll turn on my vision so he could see maybe a side titty.
I mean, side titty ass cheek. He was. I mean, he was pretty much omnisexual. Like, yeah. So anything. Um, but anyways,
But at least this could be a turn for potential friendship, even though I brutally killed him.
yeah. Hey, you never know. But yeah. If you've
I will
spoken
say
with,
I will turn on the vision so you can see the guy I'm talking to and so you can see how he's acting now.
you get the impression that if he had eyes to roll, he would be rolling them. But anyways, I thoroughly derailed and interrupted Purser. You were I think you were saying something. I'm sorry.
Yes, I was talking to the guy in common in the hopes that Lidger would pick it up and act like he's translating for me. I said that we
Okay.
should give him like the
Right,
standard,
right, right.
we're Mishann, we're a new colony, be our friend spiel.
Be our
Yeah,
friend, be our friend.
yeah. I basically translate that, and basically to add to the cover, I do throw in something about effectively, you know, I myself, making, moving from translating to like, speaking for myself, gesturing along the lines of like, I myself am a metallurgy and metallurgy accessories, s- you know, specialist. Uh, Basically, before breaking out the, my sample case.
Okay. Um, sure. So he's to his credit, he keeps that polite smile is frozen on his face as you say something in a completely foreign language. But then when you translate, I'm assuming you're not directly translating, play up the we're friends angle. Like, what do you actually?
Yeah.
You're just. I heard metallurgy and metallurgy accessories. Is there anything
Yeah.
else you're saying besides that? I'm sorry.
Uh, Also something about like, I'm not sure how to phrase it, but basically kind of rope in our two Dark Elven allies. Uh,
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if seeing that you guys have opened up by speaking in foreign language and that there's kind of an awkward pause, Lady Wayrub just kind of steps in, introduces herself, you guys, and mentions that Irnix requested that your group try and address the current troubles here with succession. Not anything about, I don't care who you have to kill type of shit. It's just
Hmm.
you're the greater clan that technically controls your lands asked us to take a look and see if we could help, that type of thing. She's very diplomatic about it. Which for yeah, and then you add in the metallurgy thing, which he politely cocks his head in curiosity, but does sigh a little bit and says, That's it's truly unfortunate, but not unexpected. High Lady Ernix is normally patient, but I understand her frustration at the situation. My cousin's insistence on claiming leadership of Lemeq has been an ongoing drain on resources that are already stretched thin with the recent tragedies of the plague and loss of so much of the clergy to madness. And to be frank, I'd like nothing less than to step aside and let someone else take over and return to the theater where, frankly, I've always preferred. But I cannot allow my cousin to destroy our clan.
Can I make an insight check on that?
Sure. Yeah.
Because yeah, I'm not buying that.
I'm not doing that.
9.
To be fair, with my buddy talking to me, I kind of want to roll 2 with insight.
Okay, yeah, by all means.
You should translate to your buddy so he can hear it and have a little fit.
All right, let's see here. 13, slightly better.
He's a good actor.
Give me a
Yeah,
second.
that's true. He's an actor.
Okay, 16.
He seems sincere to all of you. I mean, at least initially.
Let me try with my +9.
All right,
Let
okay,
me
all right.
Plus
give it a
9
shot.
insight?
Yeah.
What?
Who would have thought Bemi was an insightful individual?
I mean,
Hey, that's
Meemaw
not
Hell
taught
yeah,
him stuff.
Bemmy.
Meemaw taught him stuff.
Hell
I don't know
I
about.
just
I don't know
say
Bemi.
smart.
Remember, I
Mi-
joined midway through. I never got
If
to fully
there's-
know everyone yet.
If there's anyone who has trust issues in this party, it's Bemi.
That's fair.
Mine was actually a 12.
Oh.
Okay, maybe.
How do you have plus 9 insight?
Well, it's a trained skill, and let's see. And I also
Meemaw.
yeah.
The one word, Meemaw.
No, but
I
like
also
mechanically.
I also picked wisdom mechanically. So
Oh, okay, cool.
I mean, with a 20 wisdom, it should still only be 8.
All
yeah,
right.
16 wisdom.
How is it 9? It should be
Uh,
6.
let me look.
You could be an expert in it.
Oh yeah, insight. It isn't. It is. He just has it, checked, and it comes up as a 9. That does seem high, but maybe it's rogue related. Your rogue level. I don't know. Maybe you pick that as your expert thing. I don't know when rogues get that. Might
2,
be
I
a
think?
bard thing.
I don't remember.
As the resident rogue, I can tell you I have absolutely no idea.
Let's
see.
see.
Second class.
Well, you know what? It's funny, and let's be honest. Meemaw probably taught him about trust issues.
I mean, so even with 2 off, that's still 24. It's still high
Oh, it
enough.
is expertise at 1. So
Okay, so
if he
yeah,
has
maybe.
expertise and insight, that does line up.
Okay, that must be it. Like it's not a
Okay.
huge game changer either way, but that is a valid question. I was like, I didn't think about it much, but yeah. Anyways, so with that, Bemi. So the part about he thinks the cousin's going to destroy the clan, that rings true. Maybe he doesn't, necessarily want to return to the theater, or at least he wouldn't maybe prefer that to this. But honestly, a lot of what he said sounds a little forced. But I mean, probably didn't need insight for that. Not entirely sincere is your overall vibe check on the guy.
I guess Bemi will sneeze, but as he does, he goes, "Oh shit!"
Okay. He frowns a little bit at that. Says, "Well, if I'm being frank, her mother was only acceptable because there was no one else willing to even take up the mantle. But I won't allow that brute to destroy what little prestige Lemeq has managed to gather in Alamcusp. Our clan is known only for the quality of our livestock, and that's accurate, but we should be leveraging that into developing our lands properly. The ranchers have too much autonomy. Do you know that half of them didn't even bother to show up for the Southern campaign last year? One of the only responsibilities they still have, and they ignored it. When I'm clan head, that will not happen. Next time they're called on, they'll show up or face real consequences by the promise. I've been building interclan ties to ensure just that." He smiles and gestures towards a particularly imposing guard next to him. Like my companion here, this is Chal Elam Eperin, and he's been a great help in making ties with his own clan as well as Nuxavaro.
You know, my character, he wasn't in the political game, even he can say, "Oh my God, you are going to become the biggest fucking puppet on earth."
So
I do let my buddy in the ring hear all that so he can get a laugh.
Fair enough. What were you saying, person?
I just want to say, out of character, I think this is a really good guy to back because he's just gonna waste his time fighting against rancher independence and not bothering us. But we should still talk to the cousin. I'll even say that in character, in common.
My problem is, oh
One
no,
sec,
this
let me
guy is
check
so gonna get. This is gonna be an easy hostile takeover for that guy next to him.
I can live with that.
Yeah, but we didn't. Yeah, but I don't know who this guy is.
He does not have comprehend languages. Okay. I, I wanted to check. Okay. So yeah, he's does anybody have anything else to talk with him? You know, you want to ask him about anything, stuff like that, while you've got his ear, so to speak.
Do I think I can goad him into telling about like all the clans supporting him for like an easy intelligence coup? Like, how much do I think this guy's going to brag?
Well, I mean, he's already flat out said that Nuxavaro and its lesser clan are backing him. Like that's the two clans that are, well, I mean, the clan that's leading the Verwick Pact and its lesser clan. Like he's mentioned them by name already. But he could have more information. It's up to you how you want to play that. You could either try and say something to persuade him, or you could try and roll for it to see if you can get it that way. That way you don't have to RP if you don't want to.
Um, Trying to think about. I'm I'm going to play it safe and not just because he basically considering he already name dropped like I'm I'm best buddies with the Lebensstrom faction. Uh, Trying to go like, oh yeah, who else? We're trying to like we're looking for well-connected people. Uh, we'd love to know your connections when he's openly uh allied with effectively the like Gaijin Go Home clan.
And all this information corresponds to what the trader I talked to said, right?
In vague strokes, yeah, like that. So far, this matches the rumors. Like, oh, I don't like them. They're listening to foreigners, and I don't like them because they're talking. It's the equivalent of like somebody complaining, "Oh, there's foreign investors there, and I don't like them because they're getting, states something about states' rights and stuff like that. It's yeah. So far, it matches. Pinhead's view of it is this is matching up well with that. The pinheads usually have the broad strokes, so sometimes they used to. Let's be fair. Before the age of misinformation ate them up. Um, but yeah. I will say, Lady Wayrub, for her part, would probably not be able to restrain herself and just ask why by Eberron he would be pro expansion. And
He's expansion, not the warrior lady. Huh? Interesting.
yeah, so he's expansion because the clans that are backing him are.
Want
But
want him to
it,
be they want a proxy nation to start war so they can jump in and actually take over.
well, it's more like they just want like yes men. But either way, he looks troubled and kind of rubs his chin before answering and says, "Well, because I think it's inevitable for one thing, and because I'm increasingly concerned about what I've heard of the lizard folk warlord on Emilton. He's called Suruxol, and he's technically an ally at the moment, but I've heard some truly unsettling things about his own plans for expansion. And he already controls that entire island, from what I understand. What's to keep him from expanding further? Or here on the main island? without a strong central authority for all of this, our wonderful lands, we're going to be easy pickings for invaders. It almost happened before during the first wave of barbarian uprisings in the Republic era. There's no reason to make this easier.
He makes a compelling point to some certain extent.
I think my view of it is the same of the last time. It's like, so your solution to being hilarious. I'm not saying this in character. To being hilariously outnumbered by your slaves and being spread too thin is to conquer even more of the island and acquire more slaves and captives.
Right, I
Okay.
get you. I'm just saying
Uh,
that's his reasoning. Like that's
yeah.
she asked, and that's
Uh,
his reasoning behind it.
I know that at the end of the day, he's going to basically like parrot, or it sounds like he's going to parrot whatever like sugar daddy he gets. So I'm not even bothering to like try to like talk sense into him. But
Well, to be fair, that's not the official line. That's I would say we'll just keep the insight rolls. That's I mean, he actually believes that part. Like that's probably his own reasoning, not necessarily like especially the thing about a central authority. He really doesn't like the idea of all these little clanlets deciding constantly who gets to do what. Oh, he's got something he believes in.
Yep.
The mountain.
We definitely need to speak with the cousin.
But yeah, if you don't have anything else, eventually the Eberron clansman leans down, whispers something in Toz's ear, and he just says, "Ah, well, I apologize, but I am forced to get back to work. I will, of course, welcome your assistance in this unfortunate dispute. If I could simply get Rurliel to agree to a debate in front of all our supporters, I'm sure I could convince enough of them to side with me that we could resolve this without any more bloodshed. And if you think working with my cousin is a better option, by all means go speak with her. She's squatting in the family estate to the south. If you still hold such an opinion after that, then clearly reasoned discussion is not what you're seeking." He bows slightly in the Silitar fashion before heading off.
I'll give a respectful bow of my own and watch him
He,
leave.
yeah, he raises an eyebrow and nods a little bit before going.
okay. I will, as soon as we're basically out of earshot, I would bring up a possibility of it sounds like independent ranchers are basically a powerful block here. If we hate both of these people, we might be able to broker like a council solution of independent ranchers running this place rather than either of these if they prove to be imbeciles.
He is a fantastic moron, isn't he?
Perfect for a puppet.
The problem is, he's not going to be our puppet. He's going to be, either, the, the Magus, who clearly does not, you know, she does not hold actual interest in micromanaging her subjects, which means inevitably the party with actual influence, the Vervoct Pact, will, quickly move into the vacuum.
Let's head to this estate and see if we can squeeze some reason out of the other one.
Okay. So, yeah, you continue along the streets here. At night, they are decently lit, mostly by by the lights of the personal dancing lights of Drow. Like that's just they just turn those on when they go out and about. They can see just fine without it, but it adds color to the world. And it actually isn't a bad city, so to speak. There's There's none of the sewage smell or anything like that you're familiar with, even in a lot of places in Corvair that are just, we'll say, behind the times. It seems clean. Streets are wide. There's not a lot of signs of like empty or abandoned buildings, although a lot of them probably are abandoned in the wake of the plague. But the fact that they're all like half buried makes it kind of hard to see the usual cracked windows and such. So overall, it's actually not a terrible place, even if it's got this like all the buildings are one floor type thing, or at least almost all. Seeing anything with 2 stories is a surprise. Um, but yeah, as you as you head there, the manor of the ruling family isn't so much one building as a series of wide buildings joined together. 3 longhouses create an E shape with a truly gorgeous gardens out front and a private track and stables in the back. Um, and is there a particular way you want to go inside?
I mean, I think any kind of subterfuge or aggressive approach is the wrong way to take this. We just go in the front.
All right.
I would, lean on our 2 guides to, basically see how they think we should, like, present ourselves, so to speak.
That's fair.
Um, for her part, Lady Wayra just doesn't seem to like any of this. She views this in the same way that somebody from like Hollywood would view like transported to like a mid-sized city in rural Texas. It's like she's all but pinching her nose. But for his part, Olenquai doesn't seem to mind it. He says that probably going in the front should be okay, as long as we don't prove openly hostile right away. They didn't even the Nuxavaro forces and Eberron warrior back there didn't dare openly attack. That breach in decorum would be borderline suicidal, especially if they're trying to impress upon these people that they're not just taking over. So yeah, you should be able to go in as long as you don't go in weapons out or anything. You should be all right. Depending on how stern they are about it, they might disarm foreigners going in, but they don't have the right to really do that to fellow nobles. At worst, they might do is peace bind the weapons. But
Pick fusses with the folds of her little outfit and covers up all of her knives and stuff.
okay,
Attempts. She can't
okay.
hide her bow or her quiver, but
Yep.
she just
I guess
tucks
I'll
everything
be.
in.
I do have a knife and like a dart, so yeah, I guess take my weapon, sure.
Yeah, the typical monk. Well, no, they disarm us, DM. It's fine. But
You mean the
yeah,
comment you made, the exact same comment you made last night?
yeah, exactly.
You know what? Come to think of it, the only thing that would be irritating, I could get my bow back by just thinking sad thoughts.
You can, you just
But
can
I wouldn't have arrows. Would they take the arrows?
probably.
Uh,
An arrow is basically like a razor blade on the end of a stick. Yeah, like you could still stab somebody with that shit.
man, one of these days I gotta find a way to just summon arrows. That would be dope. All right.
Mima could probably get you something like that if you asked. But yeah. So if you guys go in, towards the entrance of the hall, there are guards there, and they do watch you and stop and basically ask who you are. But with Olenquai and Wayrub to get you, you know, fellow nobles, high ranking, let us in type thing. Uh, that does get you in the building. And going inside the hall for the first section of one of the this huge sort of palace.
I'll be
I'm
right
reluctant
back.
to say huge because it's all one floor, even if the ceilings are pretty tall. But It's crowded with Sulatar nobles, all looking displeased despite the richly decorated surroundings you're in. But you don't see any signs of a clan head or aspiring one.
Pick stays hovering just close to Purser, but he said he'd be right back.
Oh, sorry, I did not catch that part. Okay. Oh, great. Yeah, so looking around, I was saying, it doesn't seem like you spot this aspiring clan head anywhere in the building. Just a lot of kind of pissed off looking nobles.
Yeah. Maybe we just mingle a bit, talk to people, get the lay of the land.
Okay.
Is there
I
any
don't know.
food? Is there like a buffet or something?
Pick offers to stay with Purser to translate just over his shoulder if they split up.
You know what? There are actual little edible, food stuff in the back if you want to go and try some of these like strange meatballs and sauce.
With absolutely no decorum because he's not used to it, right? It's
Mhm.
like you're only supposed to take 2 of the appetizers. Yeah, nah, that's not what's happening with the eau d'ivores, as he would
He
pronounce them.
just takes an entire tray.
He's like, oh, that's good. He's just kind of standing, looking around, nodding, smiling at people, throwing meatballs in his mouth.
So of the clans to pull that shit in, this is probably one of the ones where they're gonna be least pissed about it.
Is this like Drow, Texas?
It is. Yeah, it's very much model. Like literally, Texas City is the basis for the map. But yeah, there's a couple looks and a couple chuckles, but nobody really like calls you out for it. And yeah, these are incredibly chewy meatballs, but they're okay.
Yeah, I'm not trusting pastoralist meatballs.
Well, so let's see here. Who would have a chance at knowing? Yep. You know what? Bemi, give me a nature check.
Ooh, all right.
Well, are these Rocky Mountain oysters?
They very well could be.
They are. Yeah, these are feathered sprinter testicles. But they're not bad. There's
Not
very
how
few.
I'd make them, but these aren't bad.
But yeah. So other than that, you guys are like mingling. How are you just like wandering up to people and talking in a foreign language, or how are you approaching that?
Pick offered the
Uh,
translation services for Purser at least.
Okay.
Yeah, so Purser will just schmooze and make some small talk for a bit with Pick's help.
Okay.
Like,
Give me a persuasion check.
okay.
Say it's flat because you're cute.
Does he get advantage if Pick is helping?
No, but he didn't get disadvantage. So,
Ha!
You appear to
Listen!
you appear to have called them a racial slur.
no, but most of them we're gonna say are like you do get to be the center of attention because somebody starts doing a very, very racially charged impression of Pick pretty quickly, just like in pure Texas good old boy fashion. It's about as culturally sensitive as a brick to the face. So yeah, it's not great.
How does Pick react to that? Because I think that's going to temper Purser's reaction here.
Pick doesn't seem to give a shit what these people think. She just looks at them
Yeah.
like, well, I'm not taking your body to the swamp, but I will do something with it if I'm ever given the opportunity. She just narrows her eyes at it, but like otherwise seems unfazed. Like, She's thinking those horrific pick slurs that she uses in combat, but none of it's coming out. She keeps her shit together fine.
Then he
Yeah.
wants to frisbee this empty plate of testicles in his face.
To
Yeah,
the
Percy
guy's
is a bit of a
credit,
golden shepherd, so if Pick seems genuinely hurt, he will just go on the attack.
No, Pick seems like she's like, this person is an ignorant, like, she's like, the real fool here is this person. She seems very even
I-
about it, but just,
there's a couple chuckles, but by and large, people seem to find it in bad taste, not because they disagree with any of it, but it's like, this is serious, man. Stop fucking making those jokes. Like, the
Mhm.
overall impression is people are too concerned to have a good laugh about awful shit. Like, that's
yeah. She
as
just
weird as
folds her
that
little,
is.
she just folds her little hands in front of her and looks at the guy like, I could kill you 7 ways to Sunday, but not today, bitch.
There's
and
also
just
the
doesn't say
impression.
anything.
There's a strong impression that he's pretty drunk, which does not help. Eventually, it gets to the point where he's not quite escorted out, but there's definitely like somebody murmurs something in his ear about a duel, and he eventually wanders out. Just once again, nothing to do with that bullshit, but making an ass of yourself at a party like this or whatever this is probably a bad idea, regardless of their circumstance. But does anyone else want to try and mingle? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do want to add just like the general stuff I'm talking about is the Mishann spiel. So talking
Okay.
about what kind of benefits they can gain with a friendship or an alliance with us, and
Yeah.
introducing us to the world stage, as it were.
Right. No, I get you. And in a weird way, this is probably a pretty good spot for that because if you
Mhm.
do get some drunken jackass who can't get past your translator, who fucking cares? It's Texas, like that type of thing. So, does anyone
To be
else want to
fair,
try any persuasion?
we did just pass by the Telvani. Now we're seeing some racism. I think this is just accurate.
Could be.
I mean, no
I
problem
will.
trying, but
Yeah, I'm going to do persuasion. What I'm trying to do is, my whole thing is like, okay, this is where the big cheese or whatever of this fucking faction is. We show up and it's a random party with no one in sight. I'm trying to ingratiate myself enough to basically be able to ask like, so, uh, where's
Where's Big
lady so and
Cheese?
so?
Yeah.
While using the whole like, hey, we're in town, potentially investigating, potential like market for like metallurgy good, and I specifically am like, you know, as with my sample kit, I am showing them like, basically like barbed wire and like fuck, what's the name of those fencing nails, yeah. Like,
Okay.
while basically highlighting how like unlike you know I I don't like insult it because I'm like, well, you know from my experience, you know Northern you know basically Northern Solitar metallurgy is excellent quality, but who needs quality and nails
When
and
I got cheap.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fair.
So
The very much, and many people seek a new look, and Mary Kay can make that happen. So give me an persuasion check with advantage, because that's a strong selling point. Um, okay, with
17.
17, you get a couple. Um, you don't get the impression they're huge, but you get a couple mid-level ranchers who are absolutely enraptured at the thought of being able to seriously cut down on the time and effort it takes to secure, you know, important pens and such. Because when you have dinosaurs as a potential, like that's a little different than, oh, a couple wolves got in, and it's like, no, we had some Deinonychuses that jumped the fence and slaughtered our monsters. So that type of thing. They like the idea, especially barbed wire, things like that, and they like the idea that it's cheap when you quote them the prices. At least roughly, it's a little bit back and forth. You've got to kind of go like go down to barter level, like, here's what we would accept for so and so, and eventually it goes down to like saurian hides, which, if treated properly, are really, really tough leather. So it fetch you a pretty penny. Um, Actually, one of the few exports that make a real profit coming out of the Talenta lands back on Corvair. So, makes sense. It would be valuable here as a export of anywhere. So you're able to get good enough to eventually ask one of them, oh, is there, I've heard things about so and so. Is she around? There's a couple sour looks at that. And eventually you're directed towards the stables. As apparently she's blowing off this, like, not quite rally, but definitely a meeting to go to the stables.
Okay.
Well, that's not the best look.
Yeah. At the same time, I don't want to do the computer RPG, like the millisecond I get the information, I immediately sprint off from the fucking stables.
Yeah.
Not to mention my attitude. I'm trying to not start poking, but like pre-poking the possibility of I'm trying to figure out like, yeah, I would have included this in my marketing spiel of like, who's the biggest ranchers, like, basically, which ones like, are, pragmatic and that sort of thing to be, it's like, there's something to be said about tradition, but it's nice to know when, a guy's willing to, you know, accept, strange goods and strange ideas, that sort of thing. Because as much as we obviously want to talk to her, I want to potentially have a plan C if she's like a knuckle dragging Neanderthal.
Okay. You get the big three, so to speak, as far as major ranchers, or like owning the most land and having the largest herds. And I will just post them, but it's Suin Kak, uh, Kayla Lel, and Malas, which I will put in notes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Where I
that first
should
one?
have been putting it. Here we go. There you go. Yeah. So that's the overall, like, those are the three big ones, and coincidentally, those three are not here either. There's a couple knowing looks. Apparently, they went out to speak with her in the stables, given that all three of them have invested heavily in her running here.
Okay.
But yeah. So if you guys, is there anything else you want to do before you head out there?
Yeah, pretty much as soon as I feel like I've gotten the information, but also have done the appropriate amount of small talk afterwards and like marketing, which I'm definitely taking notes if they give me names and stuff, and you don't have to give me names, like out of shit. Because at the end of the day, Yukako, sorry, fuck, that's way different campaign. Ludger's definitely, yeah, it's a good disguise, but it's also a good way for him to actually like he understands that Mishann's future is going to be heavily tied and being a node of like trade and shit. And in addition to what he's been trying to do with the sovereign tribes, he's also, if he can, due to the Solitar of like setting up potential future trade routes. And he knows like, hey, if that is something where barbed wire and like fencing nails wear out all the fucking time, no matter how good or bad they are, that's going to be a steady thing. And well, Sauron tides in return are going to be a steady thing. This may not be like beaver pelt shit, in like the New World, but this is a very good potential source of like income for both Mishann and the guys of his unit because he's trying to leverage that in the long run.
Yeah, makes sense. Did anybody else want to try and get any information, schmooze about that type of thing?
You know what? Why not? Sure.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
That's
What?
not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. What information, if any, are you looking for?
I'm trying to think of this from Bemi's perspective here.
Mhm.
And gee, I don't know.
Where'd you get
Where
these
the guy
tentacles?
where the guy that insulted Pick lives.
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
He is from one of the more remote ranches, pretty small one out. Let's go to
Beautiful. No one will hear him scream.
He would be, let me zoom in here.
But the flames will be visible for miles.
I guarantee the flames will be very visible for a lot of miles. I'd say out here. I know Purser has a contingency. It's
Oh,
my
what?
hope that you'll. I said
Oh,
I know
yeah.
Purser has a contingency, but it's my hope that
It-
eventually you'll burn down half the countries.
It's a personal contingency. It won't stop everything from burning, just us.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's
Oh,
great.
what are we doing here? Oh, come on, make with it, make it happen.
Guys, I got a plan. Don't worry, this will solve everything. Oh,
You
thank
burn
God.
down
Purser's
half
got a
the
magic
continent.
answer here. You know, cue 10 minutes later, this is bad. And she just watched like a 10-mile radius of hellfire engulfs the area. uh, but that's how we made Yugoslavia. But yeah, so
Oh,
you guys know where to go. Bemi, you find out where that drunken guy is from originally. Anybody doing anything else? Oh, cool. All right. So, in that case, you can head back to the stables. Following through the halls, you spot a few lizard folk slaves, but once again, like you've seen maybe 5 for a genuine, although it's weird and kind of shitty, palace. So it just seems like they don't have many of them, which is weird. Uh, in
Probably
the state,
why they're like, yeah, yeah, might explain the whole anti-reform thing of like, what are you guys talking about? We have like a dozen slaves. Like, we're fine.
could be, yeah. If the economy is less dependent on them, they're going to care less one way or another. But let's see. Yeah, once you get to the stables, which are huge, you find 3 figures all simultaneously speaking slash almost yelling at a young drow woman.
Hmm.
Lady Lemeq, we need to reassure the clan warriors after last night's loss. There were 3 deaths. And it's like practically speaking over another one. That's right. And 2 of them were from my ranch. You've got to pay more attention to morale. Your mother would have never. And at that point, the woman who'd been tending to a three horns leg steps away from the beast with a reassuring pat before turning to the 3 older drow and fixing them with a glare. My mother would have never listened to your scouts' reports without verifying them with her own household's forces, and that's a mistake I will certainly never make again, Sila. The woman is undoubtedly beautiful, even with the several scars across her face and a towering stature. She's probably at least 6 feet of whipcord muscle. Dressed in a black breastplate, almost completely free of ornamentation, but it does move with her like a finely fitted suit. That doesn't have that awful like fleshy look to it that you've seen some Delkir abomination stuff have, Purser, but this is just very well made of maybe an exotic substance if it's moving like that.
Hmm.
The older drow woman that she was that she was speaking to, looks affronted for a moment before collecting herself and murmuring an apology. before she turns on her heel and storms out of the stables, followed closely by the other two ranchers. And I will put up a game image here. Oh, of course, overwrote that. 1 sec. There it is. And yeah, she looks to you guys as you and her are the only ones left in the stable. Well, besides the creatures. And she
Yeah, I
just.
do.
Oh, go ahead.
So say, I do a I do the traditional bow, but I'm also trying to do like not super forcey because she seems to be rather uh not super fancy to be nice.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, a bow. She kind of like cocks her eyebrows when she sees that, and she says, "You don't look like any of my warriors. Toe's finally sending some foreign killers."
Ah, I'm Bemmy. We're from Mishann. Your face is pretty. I'm gonna go outside now.
Oh, Bimmy picked us little moth giggles and covers her face.
First,
So,
I'll just like
our
slowly
best
turn and watch him leave.
Lord Tons of Fun is watching. I give him his vision for the meeting, and I think I hear him laughing.
Yeah, he's definitely laughing, and his probably commentary would be, "The barbarian meets the imbecile." This should, God, I hope for everyone's sake, I hope they don't read. Um, and yeah, but does anybody have anything else to say? As she doesn't seem to know how to respond to that.
Pick is just
Excuse
giggling.
my
Her upper hand's covering her face, and the other ones are around her middle. She's just like thinks it's the cutest thing.
excuse my comrades. Straightforwardness. He is, you know, he's a man who speaks his heart. But no, my lady, we are not foreign killers. We are here. We were sent by Lady Earnix to, get a read on this whole secession dispute.
So when you mention that, she seems both a little disappointed and deflates, visibly losing confidence. Oh, well, that's not good. Right. Well, I'm Rorliel Kafang Lemeq, and she bows a bit clumsily. You can tell High Lady Ernix that I've almost got my cousin handled. I just need to get through the defenses he set up at the market, and it'll be over. I'm not gonna just kill him though. Once we catch him, I'll force the little asshole to follow tradition and compete against me in a test of skill, riding and jousting and things. And once I win, nobody can say I was like wrong or breaking tradition and things.
Hmm. I like
And
her.
Lady Waverub just looks like she's trying to conceal it, and she's usually pretty good at this, but she just looks horrified as she doesn't seem to know what to say either at this one.
Horrified because of Bemmy or for what she's saying?
Because of what the woman's saying. Like, she's like, this is supposed to be the head of it. It's very much a strong, like, this. Wait a minute, she's gonna be in charge. She can barely string words together. Like, that's the impression. Um,
She is exactly the kind of person that could use Mishann's help in the coming days.
but
Uh, it was not our original mission, but I can't help you. You're having issues with the renter families, the big ones, as I've heard about.
oh yeah, he's Yeah, well, I mean, they support everybody. Like, you don't really, yeah, you kind of have to get their support, right? Because that's, they helped my mother with stuff, and you know, they kind of they back a lot of stuff. Like they send a lot of warriors and a lot of money and things like that. They're usually they're kind of who you have to get stuff from. Usually, like, we have some of our own stuff, but it's been pretty badly messed up with the whole succession thing. And to be honest, it didn't help. We lost a lot of people in the plague too, so this is helping with that.
Oh, I see. Uh, well, it does sound like they are ultimately pragmatic people, and I'm sure that, you know, as far as I can tell, their major concerns are about whether or not they, the current secession dispute. It sounds like once this matter's over, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you will be able to focus on, you know, the things you more enjoy, as is a noble's privilege, while they will help the, the running of this territory.
Oh yeah, I mean that's kind of, yeah, that's sort of the plan. Like that's what they said something like that. And they explained, we're not like expanding seems kind of stupid, right? Like they've never really done much down. We nobody's done much down south beyond catching slaves and things. So there's not any point to head down there and deal with all the swamps and crazy tribals, right? Because how would you even get around down there? Nobody tries to build roads. Like, do they even ride anything? It's, you know, so um, yeah, that sounds like a. Who are you? You're from High Lady Ernix sent you?
We are from a place out west, a new settlement of, people from another land, and, people who are very interested and a, you know, sensible, you sensible and diplomatic, fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, like living together in peace. There's a word, but I can't think of
Harmony.
it. Not harmony,
Coexistence.
coexistence, yes. You know, you know, peaceful and mutually beneficial coexistence.
Give me a persuasion
Um,
check. I won't say deception, but suggesting Korover as a place of peaceful coexistence is a
I'm
fucking
specifically
great line.
talking about
Karnath?
Mishann.
Oh, okay, okay.
M-
'Cause I was gonna say like,
Mishann, yeah,
eh,
Mishann doesn't want to start a fucking world war with all the goddamn Silitar.
Yeah.
okay,
And
okay. That's
we already fought the last war. There's no more wars to fight.
right. That's how it
Yeah, that
works.
was the Great War. What do you mean World War One? Why are you calling it that? Uh,
Oh
do you
fuck.
still want me to roll that persuasion check?
No, no, that helps. Because I
Yeah,
was like, if you're
yeah.
describing, yeah, okay,
God, no. I am specifically referring to Mishan.
okay, okay.
Mishon's whole thing is, especially Ludger's whole thing has been trying to establish like peaceful trade and coexistence. You know, at least in a when it comes to Mishon's favor in the long run. Like,
Yeah. Um,
uh,
yeah. So in that
so like,
case, she's definitely, she
yeah,
likes that idea. She likes what you said. Says, oh, well, that
and
sounds like a good deal. Um, they're 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 kind of pissed at me, I think, right now. But um, we should see what the big three have to say about that. Those are the they're like heads of really big ranches. Those were the guys in talking with me. I kind of insulted the one there, but she's, they're all pretty mean, really. But um,
uh, I'm
yeah,
sure that you know, you know, we, especially since we talked to some of the lesser ranchers, we, we're particularly interested in speaking to them, as I think that one way or the other, we have, Mishan has a lot to offer them, and thus to offer you towards long-term, you know, prosperity of both our two groups. And given that she seems to be a very practical person, I do try not to be a salesman, but I do definitely use my sample case to point out some stuff that would specifically refer to writing, and basically to kind of help sell like that only good things could possibly happen with trade between us.
Right. That
I'm not
that
sure if she's
definitely
as much of a
helps.
rancher, so I'm not sure if she appreciates the barbed wire and fencing nails as much as they would. But I'm trying to think of parts of a saddle and shit, but I can't think of anything.
Have you heard of the
Uh,
stirrups before?
They have stirrups,
they
yes.
there's no way they do not have fucking stirrups. Like,
I've tried. That's all I.
oh, that is that's what I'm going for. I am showing them buckles.
Okay.
And unlike you know your buckles that I've seen so far are made with the finest of elven craftsmanship, and shine. Their fire brass shines like the sun. But ultimately, you know, obviously for shows and the like, those sort of buckles are good. But for more daily riding, well, why spend a craftsman on that level of craftsmanship when you can get a buckle that is just as strong and a fraction of a price?
Yeah, a lot of the salesman stuff kind of would go over her head a little bit, but she definitely likes the idea of some of it. Like she likes the idea of new kinds of stuff, and she sounds way more confident talking about that than she did with the political stuff.
Yeah,
You
it's
get the
very
impression,
practical, down to earth stuff.
yeah, she's not dumb. She just is very specialized in her knowledge. Would be a
Hmm.
good way to put it.
So,
Pick would be a little brave and ask her
Yeah.
what the name of her beast was.
Okay, I have that actually. That
Since she actually, that's her passion, so she's trying to give her a little bit of comfort and connect.
No, out
yeah,
of character, I am definitely getting a vibe check of if we play her cards right, she's going to be a great figurehead for the ranchers if we can win the ranchers over.
her mount's
so
name is Weda, Weda, and okay, you could give me an insight check if you want to try and like, I I I guess figure that out. Um,
So I'll be following up after Ludger wows her with his salesmanship and big thinking.
hmm.
Purser will kind of take her aside and get straight down to the point. I'll need
Hmm.
translation assistance, but
That does help. Yeah,
mhm.
like
So
Yeah.
I'll say,
she was following it, but it was rough. It was you were like it was a little bit like if you'd put like Bammy or Pick in a big situation. They wouldn't flub it, but it would be hard. Like that's the overall impression. It's just she's in a position that she probably doesn't like to be in.
yeah, I'll go when it comes down to it, we are a small branch of a much, much larger empire, and we're seeking stability and friendships with the people around us. The Siren people make good friends and terrible enemies, but we don't see a feasible way that we can work with her cousin Toes in the future and the
Ooh.
powers behind him.
Yeah, she likes all that. Um, okay, so let's see here. I'm just grabbing the images. Where did I put them? There it is. Okay. Sorry, I have the ranchers here. So the big three ranchers, I will put their images up one by one as I find them. Mm, what's that here? Where's the list of names? Oh, there it is. Okay. Is that one?
It doesn't help that I look at Sue and Cock and like can't help but think of like how with like swapping two letters
I'm
that'd be
well
like
aware. Yeah, I'm well
suck
aware.
on these nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm tracking. I knew that was what
Yeah.
was coming. I
Why?
was like, you know
Why?
what?
Why did
It
you?
wouldn't
Why
be
do
a
you think I said?
D&D
Can you
game.
repeat that?
I was well aware of that too. I was like, you know what? The jokes can happen later. Let me try and get this out first. Let's see here. Yay. And honestly, when the name was spit out, I was like, you know, I could change this because I already know what's going to happen. But on the other hand, would it be a D&D game if there wasn't like hopefully this will pull away from the you know, the oh, his name sounds like Applebee's, shit like that. If they're busy laughing about cock, they're less likely to laugh at other things.
You know,
Right.
I support the Applebee's man. I think he's our guy.
Exactly. See. So those are the three the big three ranchers. And yeah, how do you guys want to approach them? You don't even have to RP it. Just one of them, and all of them are a little bit salty. That Rurlil is a real Reliel. There we go. Reliel is not proving as skilled as they'd hope she'd be, but you could definitely approach them.
Yeah. In approaching them, not sure how I would RP this, so I'm just gonna basically, what I'm planning on doing is approaching him and convincing him that, like, yes, she's not particularly skilled, but that's good for you in the long run because it means you are going to be running a lot more of a shit to your benefit, and you know it's only a problem, right now because of a secession dispute, and we can solve that secession dispute, uh, you know,
Give me
and
a
once that's
persuasion check
done,
with advantage because
we
like this
can,
is all stuff
uh,
they know and agree with, but they like they like that you're offering a solution here, and
yeah,
it's good to be
yeah,
reminded of. Yeah.
yeah, that, and I'm definitely emphasizing like the after the fact of yes, conflict generally causes issues, but again the barbed wire and fence posts, sort of like fencing nails, sort of thing to basically go. Mishann is a good, Mishann is interested in trade and investment. And okay, so persuasion check.
With advantage. Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
18.
that advantage is a good thing. Yeah, in this case, like I said, it helps that you're just kind of reminding them of at least the first half. Like, she'll be a great puppet. We just have to tolerate the fact that she's a fucking rube. Like, okay, you're right, you're right, you're right.
But she's our Rube.
Right, yeah, that's basically
But she's our Rube.
that's what you have to get across.
You're not
That's
gonna
what
be
they
you're not gonna have
think.
to deal with a foreign assets now. You're actually in control, not whoever the hell the cousin invited over.
Right, yeah. And yeah, they're definitely willing. Like once they kind of calm down, have a few drinks, they're more willing to listen to that. And I mean, but we'll say with the mingling and everything, you guys arrived about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. It's about 1 a.m. now. Between 1 and 1:30, somewhere in that range. Just because you've been you went to the rally, you spoke with her cousin, you came here, you did some real mingling, and you eventually spoke with her. So it's been a couple hours, but there's still several hours before daylight if you want to do
Well,
anything
I
further in the night.
I I do want to ask them effectively. It's like okay, since you guys are the actual like you know lady Lady Ruriel had a plan. I want to hear your guys' plan for how we settle this succession dispute. And before you ask, yes, we are open to using violence. So, how do you three think we should solve this issue for you if we were to do it?
I can agree with that approach.
Oh, and by the way, just realized all of them have the. As I wrote it, I would have marked them out as commoners. That is not accurate. I'll add the proper clan name to them. But yeah, they basically say that last night's attack they genuinely think would have worked. There was some type of forewarning, and they really like the idea of violence. In fact, two of the three don't like Ruriel's idea of capturing her cousin and forcing him into basically a rodeo as oh, this is how we've always chosen. They're just like, kill the little fucker. There's no reason to give him any more chances to do shit. He's
Kind of agree with that.
clever, but he may not
He's a
be
weasel.
skilled at any of those things, but he's very clever, and they don't want to give him a chance to pull some shenanigans.
Without blowing them off, I do want to hear the third one's reason why they're not super on board with that. Just to
It's a traditionalist. It's a tradition thing. He's not on board with it because he's concerned that that'll leave a stain on the clan. There's always been a test of skill in these types of circumstances. That's his big thing. It'll make it harder for her to look legitimate in the history books. But beyond that, that's his main objection to it.
fair enough.
So yeah.
So, so
Yes.
you mean to tell me that her cousin, they're gonna have him do a rodeo,
Basically.
essentially?
Yeah.
So basically, you can look at it as they're both wanting the other to do the contest of skills, right? But he wants a contest that he can win, as opposed to the traditional contest that they've always done.
Which incidentally, she could always win that. They
Right,
both
exactly. That's why
yeah.
he wants a different one. But
Yeah, exactly. That's where that's where this came from originally. He refused to do a riding test or a riding exhibition.
But you don't get to just choose a different way to pick the next leader just
First of
because
all,
you can't possibly win.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna run a ranch. Have you ever ridden a horse? No. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a strong element of that.
Also, he's making friends with a lot of foreign militarist people, and if he's alive, he could still call upon those friends probably.
Could be.
And I want to say this remotely anywhere near these three or her, but if there's a lot of butthurt feelings, that kind of make things a little unstable here to keep them from if they're a little undermined by how this ends, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us. It keeps them busy, and if they're busy, they're not potentially causing trouble.
Yeah, fair reasoning. Your goals and theirs are not always gonna run in tandem.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
Um,
basically their thing is we tried force, it didn't work because well, frankly, we think they somehow found out about it beforehand, but and it'll take at least a couple nights to get enough people together. They have to calm a lot of nerves, and just soothe a lot of tempers and convince more ranchers to keep their clan warriors here. Each ranch contributes X number of warriors to the force. If the owner of 12 small ranches get pissy and pull their guys, that's a fair number of warriors. So it's that type of thing.
I mean, trying to get a vibe if like we would be laughed at if we just said we'll do it.
I don't think you'd be laughed at. These like they're more than just cowboys. Like the predominant armor here, at least for a lot of the mounted riders you've seen, is pretty heavy. It's not like full plate, but it's pretty heavy. You see, they make use of lances. There's definitely a strong warrior culture here, and it's like lifetime of skills type thing, in addition to the more cowboy elements.
I believe they said they have some of the best cavalry in the world, so they're definitely
Well,
No, best cavalry here.
in the
in-
world. I mean that in the
Z-
continent.
yeah, on Zendrik. So like, yeah, and they don't really visit Zendrik much, so they're confident in that.
I mean,
but-
nothing compares to Undaran Chargers. Like,
Of course. But I feel like what would be the equivalent of in-universe samurai versus knights debate. Without that, yeah, these are as far as the island goes, these are some of the only cavalry. Like, not many other clans do dedicated cavalry groups. Like, they'll always have scouts and stuff like that. You're always gonna
You
need feathered
mean a
sprinters, but
people that live in the a volcanic/jungle island don't have a strong cavalry tradition? No,
People who live in a plain,
no.
also people who live in a plains area that's very flat too.
yeah, exactly. There you go. You've cracked the mystery. But
the big thing that elven monocultures have going for them is the long lifespans, so experts get very, very good at what they do.
yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah.
Which is
So
part of why it hit them so hard to lose over half their population to fucking plague. It's like, oh, that's centuries upon centuries of skilled training that's pissed away. Awesome.
So I'm of the opinion that we should help her strong arm Toes into accepting the contest. She alluded to like not having the forces or not having the power to like get to him in the market. And we represent a lot of very destructive firepower. So we could force the meeting and make it happen in either direction.
Yeah, I would say so.
My, and this is where I would kind of lean towards the big three is, okay, do you want us to just be hired muscle to show up and basically tell them to like shut the fuck up and, do the rodeo? Or do you want us to just like go in and like start killing people and hopefully like all that? Like,
They
I
would.
want to know like how aggressive they want this to go.
They want, so all three of them are in agreement. They want maximum aggression. They are fucking tired of this. It's expensive to keep all these goddamn ranchers here. They have to wine and dine them every fucking night. It's like doing a gala regularly with the people pissed that they're at it. So they want this over as quick as possible. They are split down the middle as far as just kill them or capture them to bring them back for the incredibly obvious tournament. But they do want you to go in hard and fast. If you're offering that, they would fucking love it.
Yeah, I think either way, it needs to be us helping, not just doing it.
Yeah.
Like
So, find a handful of token, and this is where hats of disguises. We can vaguely appear to be fucking like other ranchers as much as humanly possible, and that way it's a token force. Along with a token force of ranchers who are literally just there to be seen and not spearhead, and we can do that.
Purser's not happy with that kind of subterfuge.
Okay, calm down, fucking James Bond.
No,
Sometimes not leaving our fingerprints and showing our faces to the world is a good thing.
he's a paladin devoted to destroying evil. Like illusions and trickery are not
Tools of
Evil
the
cool.
needs to
enemy.
know you're destroying it. Like this, it's being seen doing it that matters
Well,
half as much.
It's more that, like, in the mind of him and the church, it's a bit of a slippery slope. Like, how far do you go in the pursuit of destruction?
Well, and there is something to be said for being a symbol as well as something else. To be like, I actually, jokes aside, like from the perspective of the church, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, we do have to engage in subterfuge, but we try not to when we don't have to. Like it's
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It's always a last resort kind of thing.
Right.
You don't do it as a matter of course.
Right. I get you.
Um,
But if it makes Purser feel better, this isn't a supernatural matter. This is pretty mundane.
I also say that because Purser works directly for Archbishop Crozin, who is definitely a cool guy and above level.
Yeah, no shadiness going on with the Pope of the. Anyways, huh?
Yeah. Even that aside, I think we have a better long-term result as it being agents of Mishann, like stepping in and helping their friends, rather than
I'm cool if you guys want to do a vote,
trickery.
or if you want to have just Purser in flaming armor approach, however you want to do.
I think it depends on how many ranchers they can round up to basic, because the main thing is, this needs to be us helping, not us doing.
They
And
can get
basically we would
a dozen ranchers. We'll say right now, a dozen mounted cavalry, heavy cavalry to hit, and if nothing else, distract the vat. Like that should be able to get you to the repurposed business that that her cousin has holed up in. He's using it as kind of a home
fantastic.
base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fantastic. In addition, me and Demi, if he's up for it, can look like ranchers to make it look even more like ranchers doing shit than Mishann doing shit. Nice middle ground. We don't all have to look like it. That way there's enough of Mishann helped, but Mishann didn't this was ultimately settled but in-house with a little bit of help rather than that way there's less burnt prides and shit.
So okay, hold on. I'm just trying to. You
Don't
want
you have
us
the
to?
thing of disguise?
Yes, that's fine, but they're still gonna be like, who the fuck is this new rancher? There's not a ton of them, right? Like, wouldn't they all
No,
be on?
there's enough like it's so most of the countryside is split up in it. A lot of them know each other, but they've called in most of the countryside for this.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
there's enough anonymity here where you could be like, where you could play off. Oh, I'm from the western side of the river. Oh, western side. Okay, never been there. Wow.
Pick's
Well, from
Pick
that,
just has
I've
to
never
dress
heard
slightly
that term
differently
before.
and lean on
Not,
racism.
I was gonna say, not to mention, I see, while some people are going to be doing it, considering that this is like potential fucking blood feud shit, chances are most of the ranchers are going to try to be playing it low anyways, to avoid like, oh yeah, during a succession dispute, I killed like your brother and two of your cousins. I'm sure there's no bad blood in fucking rancher country.
That's not
Yeah.
our problem.
I know it's not
Yeah.
our problem, but in that way, it adds to the whole let's be anonymous and not like, why are you hiding your face there, buddy?
Little did we know
Like,
that Billy Joe Bob from the south side of the river had JoJo powers as he pummeled everyone to death around him.
I never liked them Billy Bows. Yeah.
As a fist comes through the wall and punches him.
And ironically, as Pick pointed out, she'll be fine either way. Like the upside of some terrible slavery bullshit is they like if you're a slave and you do shit because your master says you do it, you are not legally held responsible for that in any fucking way. So Pick could go in and kill a bunch of people, and the person who told her to do it would be at fault, as long as they think she's a slave. Um, Now, would they stop her? Yes, but they like as far as holding grudges over it, um, they would not because, like I said, they're just
They,
gonna assume that she's a slave of Mishann or something.
and
My
they won't
master is
recognize
the
her a year
person that
later.
everyone hates.
Yeah, she just has to dress like take some of the things off that defines her a little bit more to those that actually pay attention. Most don't.
Yeah, and
So
you're good.
she's just like, I just dress a little bit more generically, and we can get me a little collar, and I don't care.
Yeah, it's pretty. Jesus. Yeah, something like
And
that.
for his part, Purser will do as the Romans do, as they say, and ride into battle alongside them on Redemptor.
That
Since
will get you a lot of looks. You are going to stand out like nothing else. Ranch folks seeing horses for the first time. There's a lot of skepticism about the kind of speed you can get out of the thing. It's got to topple around on four legs. That sounds like horse shit. No pun intended. But they they're definitely eager to see, like, how that's gonna work compared to, their
You get to see
standard mounts.
the friends from the north are coming to help.
They prefer
Or what?
feathered sprinters, but they're eager to see what happens with your weird, like, furry beast thing.
Yeah, it's all gangly and has like big knobbly knees, and
Yeah,
uh,
not
it can
majestic like their big
scream.
ostrich dinos. But yeah, with that, you guys can easily set up and get ready to ride at. I don't know, when do you want to ride? Ride at dawn?
We ride at dawn. Yes.
I think that depends on what's her name? It's got too many R's in it.
It does have a lot of R's.
Yeah,
Lady.
rarely L.
Really? Yep.
It has to be her plan and her like operation. We're just there
Okay.
to provide the extra muscle and make it happen.
He really likes the idea. She perks up at that, and she really likes the idea that she can ride her favorite mount into it again. He's she's a little bit leery that he hasn't healed up fully, but
Oh, what's wrong with it?
its leg is injured in the last charge.
Is it something a cure wounds could fix, or would that need like
Easily.
regenerate? Oh, yeah. I'll dump a 3rd level cure wounds into it.
Okay.
Bam.
Yeah. She went from being like happy about this to ecstatic about it, because now her mount's ready and she can get back at her asshole of a cousin right away. So yeah, her and Wada are happy to go, and nominally she's in charge even. So you guys can set out. They're leery about the dawn thing because it's just so fucking uncomfortable, but they are aware of how tactically, like, that is a good idea tactically. Um, it's just awful to deal with, but they'll do it. Everybody straps on the goggles and gets ready to ride out. Ironically, you're all feeling fucking exhausted. No, not a level of exhaustion, but by the end of this, you might have one if it takes a while. And yeah, you can just charge down the street into the market of moonlit grass if you want to give it a shot.
I will say before we do all this,
Mhm.
in the planning stage, I would like it to I would and they probably would agree with us. I just want to reiterate, basically, we need to find people that we can literally I don't even mind if we go with less. Specifically, like all the guys in this need to have like 5 minutes warning, or like something on those lines. We're not
Oh, I
doing,
get
hey
you.
guys, let's do this. So someone has a time to go snitch, because I'm pretty sure there's got to be some spy amongst that, and I don't even care about finding them. We just can't give them a chance to pass warning.
Okay, that's fair. That'll make it a little trickier, but yeah, they can get 10 people in that case. 10 heavy riders with
from
5
the
or 6.
sounds of it, like they've been ready. Like it's just
Oh
been a
yeah.
stalemate.
Very much. And that's part of why they did an attack last night. Well, I guess the night before last now. Because it was a matter of, like, we can't have these people milling about this long. Shit's gonna start happening.
And as we set, right before we set off, Ludger will, disguise himself to look like a rancher.
I assume a drow rancher.
Balthazar's Billy Joe Bob now.
Yeah. Okay. Once again, I'm assuming a drow rancher.
Yes.
Okay. No halfling DM.
Billy Drow Bob is here now.
Okay. Yeah, they're a little confused. Your name is foreign and you talk funny, but they're willing to,
I'm from the south side of the river.
Yeah. It's well, me too. Did I say south? I meant west. I'm from the west side.
That's the other problem with putting Purser in a disguise is that he can't talk the language at all.
Yes.
To be fair, this is the one subculture where nodding and grimacing would get you really far. If they were aware of John Wayne, they would worship the ground he walked on.
I love my steamed hams in the south side.
Yeah, exactly. It's an Albany expression. But yeah, you guys. So, and is there any subterfuge or tactics happening? Or are you guys just like, we go down the street as fast as we can for the 3/4 of a mile it'll take us or half a mile to hit the first part of the marketplace?
I mean, obviously, flanking and trying side streets whenever possible, but I think speed is our frontier.
Okay, so just balls out, go in. Gotcha. Okay. Any other stuff I should know before things start happening?
I don't think so.
So we've got 2 people in disguises thus far, and Bemi, are you going to be disguised as a drow? I don't know. What are you disguised as?
Honestly, no. Bemi's gonna stay looking like Bemi because he wants R'Leal to know that he is helping.
I got you. Okay, you got to show off. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I will ask some quick pointers to some of the ranchers, like how to give me some pointers to how to act and talk a little bit, so I have my acting a little more accurate.
Who are you asking? Just another one of the ranchers?
One of the riders I'm about to go with. I don't have a lance. I don't know how to ride a horse, but I can punch people really, really cool.
Okay.
Aren't they also the people you're trying to trick?
No. I thought they are in on the deal. Or are we just completely hiding?
I don't know.
I think it's hiding from everybody for some people.
Okay, from everybody, never mind. I'll just pay attention to how they talk.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to put on a different accent in a foreign language, but you can, once again, grit your teeth, don't talk a lot. That'll get you points here. Yeah. So, charging down the road. The feathered sprinters really do have some pretty solid speed, and I would argue more agility than your horse. But on the other hand, your horse, once it gets going, has a lot of oomph. And you know what? I would say, Purser, they actually ask you to ride with the 3. They're only able to get 3 of them together, but 3. Well, yeah, 3 horns. There we go. 3 3-horn war mounts, including the hopefully future clan head. So they just kind of have you ride with them because they assume it's going to be a little slower, like the 3 horns. But you're easily able to lap them, I believe. Let me check this.
It's 60-foot speed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then. Well, yeah, I know for yours. I was checking Triceratops here.
Oh yeah, I think they're 40.
Yeah, I think it's a little less. It's under monsters, beasts, dinosaurs. Here we go. War 3-horn has 50 feet. Okay, it's not terrible. I don't know if I changed that or if that's what it is, but either way, it's 50 feet. So they're able to keep mostly up with you. And so there's 2 groups that are going to be hitting. One is the mounted on feathered sprinters, lances, heavy armor mixed with short bows, things like that. And if you want to do the draw up thing, you can. But how do you want to hit the market? I know you're splitting in 2, and I know that it's just fast as we can get there. DM, are you waiting to split till you get to this point, or do you want to have that the 3 horns and Purser come in from a completely different angle to scare the hell out of them, or how do you want to do it? Because you have 3 elephant cavalry combined with a little under a dozen standard cavalry.
I almost want to, like, I don't want to split the party, but on the other hand, I do want to, like, support both flanks of this attack.
So Purser is of the mind to make like the gallant approach to the front gate on horseback, like very, very dramatic and chivalrous kind
Then you're with the right
approach.
group, because the they're going to be approaching the front gate. They're not doing a lot of it gallantly because they're going to go through it. But yeah, the three horns are approaching. That was their plan too.
I'm going to say I'm with them because I imagine it's going to be easier for me to ride that than a fucking Velociraptor as someone that, like, doesn't have it. And I imagine it's one of those things that, yes, Ludger learned how to ride a horse like 10 or 20 years ago at the Reichenmark Academy, but he spent his entire career as an infantry officer.
Yeah, that's fair.
He is not a gifted cavalryman.
Yeah, that's fair. Especially in Eberron, where they were trying to phase that shit out in a lot of places. Okay, so the that's Ludger and Purser together, best of friends, with the basically the three horn cavalry, and so that would leave Bemi, Hick, and Balthazar with the standard feathered sprinters.
Pick
Imagine
is going to
fucking
try
Balthazar
and
could probably run and keep up with the fucking.
I was about to say.
I was gonna say, what's my speed again? I got 45 speed. How fast can these sprinters go?
60.
Faster about.
Yeah, 60. They're large. They're basically ostriches. They're dino
Yeah,
ostriches.
I'm
So
only
they got 60
slightly
feet of
slower
movement.
than them.
Yeah, I mean it's up to you. That would definitely impress.
Listen, if you use
What
your
get
bonus action every round,
They have
what
no key to actually do anything.
what do they feed those folks over in the Billy Bob clan? Oh my god!
He ain't just eating no beans and rice. Goodness me.
I mean, that fried chicken over at Zaxby's.
Oh my goodness, what's your secret? Pickled okra. Oh my god. Yeah.
All right, so
my God.
that's why we're always trying to bully Zach into running games, but he's got like a real life and shit. All right,
I know,
so
it sucks, dude.
I mean, I basically fuck it. I'll just run. I'll be slightly slower than them, and I'll just
okay, all right,
out
that
of
will
nowhere
help
you'll
you
be
blend in. All right, so
definitely
with with
the military Bob clan.
with that,
Especially when I
we're
activate my
we're
stand.
foot ranchers. We're foot ranchers.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
who's
Yes.
that
Anyway,
fast? Who's that fast to of a stand?
you guys, so you're approaching two different directions. Pick Bemi. Is there anything you guys want to be doing as far as riding your dino ostrich?
Pick is not going to ride a dino ostrich. She's going to fly above, and she's going to do mental pings as long as everybody stays roughly within 100, those within 120 feet of her, just so that there's an open line of communication that the group can talk to each other.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Are you doing that for the ranchers too, or just the party?
she'd do it for the ranchers if they weren't assholes, unless that one guy that made fun of her is in part of the group, in which case he is specifically excluded.
No, he got quietly told to fucking lay down. He was literally too drunk to help anyways. And I do want to slide it in them. They are all by default assholes. Like these
That's
are
fine.
drow Texans, but they will not turn down something that useful. And in fact, a couple of them will genuinely try and approach Balthazar and Bemi, and just like, so that was really useful. We could use that kind of thing during drives. Where'd you get that one? Where'd you get the bug? Like, dude, we ain't got many of them out here. Like, basically, where'd you buy her? But they do appreciate it. It's a proven commodity. Naturally, their instinct is to ask where to buy one. But yeah, so we have heavy cavalry approaching Yeah, we have standard cavalry approaching here and elephant cavalry approaching here. Does that sound correct, or am I off in that? Okay. So let's, you know what? Just for, seems like the easiest way. Oh my God. There we go.
That is a giant fucking Daret. That's better.
We'll do what? We'll do that here, and
We have
there's about
3 of those.
yeah. There's about to be another very big one. One sec. Where is it? Feathered sprint. There's feathered sprinter. All right. No. Okay. That's the two groups, we'll say. And yeah, so they approach, they charge, and let's see here. You know what? So I'm gonna say someone with the standard cavalry, roll me a die 20, and someone with the elephant cavalry, or excuse me, the trihorn cavalry, roll me a d20.
I'll let you have the honor, Purser.
Way ahead of you.
19. That's pretty good. So somebody else from
11.
okay, 11. It's not as great. So we'll say for the first stage of it, actually, you know what? I'll roll for the defenders too and see if they beat you and by how much. Wow. Okay. So the we'll start off with the standard cavalry. So as you guys approach there and you charge in, you do catch a couple of them off guard in the sense that like you're, a couple just get speared via shish kebab and, broken the spears break off or the lances break off, they throw them aside. But it's not the exact same way they tried last time, but it's really close to where they tried last time. So it's not exactly unexpected. They're able to rally a defense pretty quick, and you start to get bogged down a little bit. Meanwhile, while most of the defenses are rallying and heading in this direction, they were not prepared for some three-horn war mounts charging a different gate. So with about 2 people guarding this gate, and well, I say gate, it's originally a tax barrier, so there's not much there to begin with. It literally doesn't break the stride of the first of the future clan head's mount as she just goes through both of the guards, and the one feathered sprinter they have. Like it catches it on the side, and the entire body is shish kebabbed in 3 ways for about 100 yards till her mount just shakes its head and throws it off the horns. So these guys move in a good ways before anybody's able to even slow them. I will say you're only able to get about this far up. Your goal is this spot right here. Which I'll put a little dot since this is so zoomed in. Right here. That's your goal spot. So the 3 horns
We're
are
supposed
already
to be on
almost
the world map.
there. No.
I don't know if it's just me or we're on the
Can
world
you
map.
I'm on the city map.
That is weird.
refresh it? Roll20 does that sometimes. Yeah, for some reason it's just a little bit behind.
I will say I will need to be right back for about 5-ish minutes, but don't worry. I think I'll probably catch up by the time that happens.
Well, you know what? Why don't we take a 10-minute break? That seems like a good time for it anyways. We
All right, no
haven't,
problem.
so.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Oh, where'd my lemonade go?
Oh God, yeah, I bought lemonade.
Where is it?
Freya
I had like a
stole it.
2-liter bottle sitting next to me.
I want a liter of cola.
Oh, it's empty. That'll do it. No lemonade for me, I guess.
That is the saddest thing.
Yeah.
I just realized I never put the date. Let me do that.
Hmm.
That sounds like Dan.
Yep.
Oh, actually, I had a question. How are the
Yes.
tides in Eberron? Do you know what's going on with the tides and the 12
I
fucking moons?
I do, in fact. There are no tides.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Eberron
Okay.
has no tidal action, according to Keith.
That, you know what? I don't blame him for that one. That sounds very much like a fuck it, there's none. Screw you. But that's easier than me trying to keep track of 12 different fucking title charts, so sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with it.
So yeah,
That's
it's
so
because the
weird.
moons are just like massless portals to the planes and not like
Not
actual
actual
bodies.
bodies. Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, honestly, as someone who's writing like something in a world that has multiple moons, that's one of those like, you know,
I get it.
I don't want to hand wave it, but on the other hand, that's one of those like, fuck me.
Now, I could see the Ring of Sybaris causing some tidal action.
I'm hoping that's why. Like I've been assuming that there are waves. Like I've been assuming
Mhm.
that there is some wave action at least.
Yeah, because wind, like,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You get that with it. Okay, that's fair. The idea of no tides is wild, but
And I
you
guess there
know,
are solar tides as well. They're just less
yeah,
pronounced than the lunar ones on
yeah.
Earth, at least.
It's like how there's technically tides on lakes. Like it's just you don't notice it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't blame him for that at all. There's not much that I genuinely disagree with Keith's stuff, which is just part of me liking Eberron, I think. But
Hmm.
like the only
He's a
thing I
fantastic designer. It's just,
yeah, and his books aren't bad. Like that's my only issue with the novels is that you can it has the vibe to me of somebody who's like, I did 1 to 4 adventures in Sharn, and I'm really bored of Sharn. let's take the adventure somewhere cool. Immediately runs off into a more remote area. It's like, for me as a DM, part of the charm of the first books, I was like, this is a fantastic zoom in on how one should run Sharn. Like, it really breathes life into it, which it needed.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, good, Zendrick, cool, but like, we immediately go to super foreign places in
Now,
that series.
you also have to look at the greater context of when the novels were coming out as well, because it was when the setting was brand
I'm back.
new. He wanted to
Really
showcase
show
a
it off.
bunch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. You want to, oh, it's not just Fantasy Europe, guys. We've got this and this. Like, yeah, I get it. I get it 100%. And they're not bad. It's I didn't like the twist in the second one, but they're still not bad.
Yeah, they were much better than a lot of the Forgotten Realms novels, because those ones
That
were just...
is a low bar to limbo
I
over,
mean,
my friend. I'm not
okay,
gonna be that
all
mean.
all they got is like the Driz novels, and that starts to teeter out after a while.
Yeah.
Well, my problem with the Forgotten Realms novels is that they're all like... It's like reading a bunch of inside jokes. If you don't know who is being talked about, you just can't follow the story.
Yeah.
And it's such a long series.
Well, yeah. And the other thing is, Forgotten Realms books suffer from what Forgotten Realms suffer from, which is too many cooks in the kitchen. Like, there's too many people pouring too many different ideas in, with no one keeping track of it, and no
And
one
all of them
trying
are
to.
perverts.
Well, yeah, the Drow are an extensive excuse. Like, anybody who comes to me and says they want to play a Forgotten Realms Drow, I'm gonna look at you a little different. That's not to say that's the only Drow players. I'm not opposed to playing it myself, but you need to, like, how are you playing this? Because
I
there's
was I'll
not
say,
many.
like,
There's
if
not
you're
many like.
going, I want to be a Forgotten Realms drow, there better be a but at the end of that. Because if you are like, I want to be the bog standard, run of the mill, male or female Forgotten Realms drow, that raises eyebrows.
Or it should. Yeah. Extensive fetish bait. Oh.
No comment.
Yeah. I know. I think we're just waiting on Zach. Yeah, it's Forgotten Realms is great if you don't give a shit about anything. Like, in Forgotten Realms, like, you just use it as a vague prompt, run with, and like, the lore disagrees, I don't care, I'll run the lore into the ground. Like, I took the Forgotten Realms world map, and my autism commanded me. I couldn't stand looking at the scale anymore. I just changed it. I was like, I can't take this. This isn't no.
Well,
This
the
this
other
small
problem with
nation of
Forgotten
2,000
Realms...
miles. Yeah.
I mean, Eberron's no better there.
Eberron tries to be better there. Like, that's literally, like, Keith has tried to work around that. I will
The
give him
Dagger
credit.
River is 40 miles wide.
Yes, the Dagger River is, but the nations themselves, he acknowledges, like, okay,
Yeah.
these are huge. There's a bunch of, like, being from, like, southern Breland, and being from, like, eastern Breland, or we should be western Breland, is a wildly different fucking thing. Like, practically different countries. Like, he acknowledges that. Forgotten Realm's just like, nope, that's what this is. This is a nation. It's a big nation, so it's 8,000 miles long. What?
And they're all just stereotypic, like, caricatures.
Yeah.
But my real complaint with Forgotten Realms, especially lately, is that I talked to some people that do really like the setting, and everything lately is all Sword Coast and Baldur's Gate.
Well, yeah,
Like, for the last 10 years.
of course, that's the biggest issue with it, is
Like,
all
there's
of the
so
Forgotten
many other
Realms is
interesting
one area.
places.
Yeah, that's why.
Like,
I mean, you're preaching to the choir. That's why when I did one, I was like,
Let me
I'm
get the
putting it
meme.
in Fantasy Turkey. Like,
I really like Cormyr, and not enough people like Cormyr.
where is Cormyr?
Is Isn't that the
It's
super tech capital?
it's over to the east across the Anarok Desert, next to a big
Oh,
lake.
okay.
It's very. I'm not sure how to, but it's very medieval fantasy, if that makes sense.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's
Kudos.
less swords and sorcery and more like knights and chivalry.
Oh, cool. Because I mean, let's
can't-
be honest, the Sword Coast is late Renaissance. Like, Sword
Mhm.
Coast is not
Exactly.
medieval fantasy. Cool.
Let's see, hold on. That's one of them. There's another one I'm trying to find.
But yeah, and then there's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff going on with Netheril and Cormyr, since they're neighbors.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of artifacts from the old Netherese Empire are there.
I
Just a
swear
lot of stuff
that is.
going on.
I swear the reason that's why they're going so into Tianjia and Pathfinders because like, hey, we actually go to the other parts of the fucking continents. We go to different continents in our settings.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, hey,
There
if
it
you
is.
have the
That's the
chance,
original.
if you have the chance to dunk on Wizards of the Coast, always take it. But anyways,
There's the original.
That's a good
Yeah.
philosophy.
yeah, yeah. FYI, and talking about that, that river that's 40 miles wide. Lake Ontario is 53 miles wide for like
Mhm.
comparison. So it's a river that's a little less wide than the fucking Great Lakes.
but does the Dagger River gel over in the winter because it's so full of shit? Anyways,
So Keith has
Wind River
talked
does.
about this, and he said that he didn't realize how big he made the map until he had already handed it over to Wizards, and by that point,
yeah,
it was their property, and he couldn't change it.
I remembered that part. Yeah, that's why I have a lot of forgiveness for it, because he's like, I would change it if I could.
Yeah.
But
He suffered a lot with Eberron. Like, they
I-
have shafted him so hard.
yeah, I didn't buy his new book, I'll admit, because it's like it's part of the new edition, and I'm like, I want to buy it, Keith, but I'm I'm leaving Eberron, man. And the other thing is, it's not immediately relevant to what I'm running. Like,
It's not
Mhm.
you. It's
yeah,
your corporate overlords.
yeah, exactly. So, anyways, so back to the action. We have one part of the party is moved forward very deep into the marketplace. You know, three horns are just like charging through entire tents, that type of thing. Panic as you've penetrated deep behind enemy lines. And the other group is kind of stalled up with a surprisingly robust defense front. Um, as far as that goes, do the people with the three horns want to just keep charging forward and try and hit um, the I'll get there eventually. Try and hit the cousin's spot directly now without the party, or do you want to try and go and like hit the rear of the lines to let the rest of the cavalry through?
Insert attack.
I'm fine either way. Like, whatever the wants to do. Like, this is her party.
She likes the idea of being heroic and rescuing the rest of the cavalry. Like that's what her mom would do. So that's what she's gonna do. She thinks. So
Okay.
yeah,
Not to mention, if we basically kill all this guy's supporters and, like, he runs away out of town, that solves the dispute.
hmm
that's fair. That's fair.
And it leaves a recurring villain to come back later.
Oh, he's not.
Oh
He's not even
no,
combat oriented. How could he be a villain? But
this world isn't perfect.
so yeah. So she charges in, and I'm gonna actually someone who's with them roll twice because it's definitely advantage. You're hitting the rear of their fucking line. So I guess it'd be Ludger or Purser.
Let's each roll one, Purser.
Oh, that works.
Okay, so Purser got a
And when you
one.
say
Just
when you say each roll one, what do you mean? Okay.
Uh,
one die 20. So now I'll roll and see if they beat that. Wow. Okay. You know what? If it meets, it beats. In spite of a rather clumsy pivot, they are not able to put up a very good defense. You kind of accidentally fucking telegraph that you're about to do a pincer, but they are, for whatever reason, you know what? We'll say that they're so focused on their success in warding off the cavalry to their front, that they're just not paying enough attention. And yeah, you're able to really get in from the rear and just snap them up pretty bad. Being cavalry, they do scatter a bit, but by and large, they have suffered horrific losses here. Now it has to get it settled one way or another, because the more people lost, the more there's going to be demands for like the person who killed my son needs to be, that type of thing. So with that many deaths, yeah, now it's up until now, I think they've had a total of 6 deaths, and this is I'd say with that you probably killed well over a dozen, probably closer to 20 something. So most of his like military support. Um, you know what? We'll say also for another reason that the three-horn cavalry was able to hit so hard is a lot of his support was not cavalry. They were not mounted. It was basically the equivalent of heavy infantry and skirmishers, and yeah, that has a hard time when hit with that level of overwhelming, like armored triceratopses charging in. That's a bad time. So yeah, you guys have butchered a lot of clan warriors. Luckily, you know what? Actually, with that slight retcon, I'm going to say you killed a lot of people, but only another 5 clan warriors, because a lot of his forces are not Lemeq. So with that, you're able to. I mean, I would still recommend speed, but you don't actually have to hurry to get to him, to where should be hiding in his hidey hole.
Try to hurry anyways.
Okay. All right. I'll move up. And so as you approach this, like I said, it's basically a one of the few permanent buildings here. It has been. You see that they have had time to throw up some pretty decent heavy fortifications around it that are a serious barrier to both large and small cavalry, because they took the time to do that one super OP military strategy. They dug ditches, which is an issue for four-legged animals that weigh as much as triceratops do. So that you're able to get
As
through it, but it's
obnoxious, yeah, as obnoxious as it is, the inner infantry officer in Ludger can't help but smile to see even his own allied cavalry get held up.
fucking
It's a damn
ditches.
shame.
Yeah,
It's a damn shame. A ditch can't stop Billy Joe Bob.
that's true. It cannot. With that, I will say you guys can continue forward, but for speed, perhaps the party might want to act as a strike force and get through this barrier.
Sounds good.
Okie dokie.
All right. Let me place people on some maps. And sure. One sec here. And oh yeah, it is daylight. Okay, I'll take the night filter off. Thing. Close. Not what I was looking for. There it is. That'll show up. Okay. Cool. One sec. Okay, now I got it. I don't know why that was taking so fucking long to load. Okay. Hiding it. There we go. All right. So here is the circumstance. And find ourselves in. Okay, so this is like all of the buildings, it's half buried. So going in through windows is not much of an option because they don't have them. But there's only one way in and out, and the fortified door is very much there. So let's see. Of course, it moved the door with that. One sec. There we go. What do you guys want to do?
Alright.
So let's see.
Guess what spell I unprepared this morning, anticipating a bunch of open field combat?
Fireball?
Knock?
Yep. Knock.
You don't say.
Cone of coal.
Cone of. I don't understand those words that you're using.
The words themselves make sense, but I'm using them like that. All right. Yeah, you face a reinforced metal door.
Wesley, can you do something about it, or anybody? I don't know if I can unlock it to any.
Well, to avoid the kobold cookie monster meme, can someone check if it's unlocked?
Hold on. I can talk my way in.
I'm never gonna live that down.
I've been studying how they talk. Hey, no, man, I gotta open that thing, man. I gotta open that door, man.
Give me a performance check. Here, Boomhauer.
Performance, Can I have
If
someone's
it's not
inspiration, please?
unlocked, I can just try to pick it.
It is locked. And
Okay.
yeah, you could try and pick it. And
Scott, I'm requesting a humble donation of your inspiration.
Well, you know what? There's 45 minutes left in the game. I'll give it.
All right, please, Lord
all right.
bless me.
So
17.
With a 17, you do a good impression of the most like marble mouthed imbecile that you met, and you hear a response from the other side. You damn inbreeds! I told you to get back out there and hold them off.
We don't understand, man. I gotta do my thing, man.
Triceratops, man. Ran us over.
Dang old man Triceratops, you're coming on up in here and you're going, bang, bangity, bang, bang, bang.
There's a hole in my thing, man.
I didn't have a migraine a few minutes ago.
I was
That's why
studying.
we're here.
That's why I said I was studying the
While you were
mannerisms.
studying magic, I was studying the mumble mouth.
King of the hill. All right. So pick a 15. You're not quite able to pick this door. It's nice that it's
Can I
not
just
giant
pop?
sized.
Can I just pop my inspiration and get the 24?
You can. Yeah, by all
Let's
means.
do it.
All right. That is enough. And the door clicks, and you're able to swing open these double doors at will.
Would you like to all to hide and have me just walk in like I just willed the door open?
Why?
Because I feel like it.
Okay.
I just open the door, appear my hand, I'm going to the door open, man.
And you see some things. And I'm going to need everybody to roll initiative because they were really tempted to beat the shit out of one of these local inbreeds anyways. They were ready, and then they see you and they're like, oh, okay, even better.
And you see Boomhauer, except he's got an active stand on, so you just see him like covered in like a purple like outline.
Boy, howdy.
Yep, let me make sure I rolled this right. I think I'm going to activate my Visage also. I forgot you can activate them both at once. You just take more key.
And let's see. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, everybody. I see a 0. No, that's 10. Okay, so it is these guys' turns first. Chal, for his part, let's see what he'll do. Eberron Planor, okay. Yeah, he is going to. Is it concentration? No, it isn't. Okay, he's going to pop Longstrider on himself. Cast, and then he is going to get here. And yeah,
Hey man, you gotta be using no spells on enemy. Man, what are you doing?
This guy's turn. He is going to.
I will avoid setting you on fire if you stop talking like that.
I don't fear death.
Let's see, it's 5, 10, 15. Gonna step back here and. Yeah, these guys respect mounted cavalry first. He wouldn't think of shooting at your horse or your mount, whatever horrible thing it is, but he is going to shoot at Purser first because mounted things are more of a threat. Everyone knows that. They're just better. Pop, pop.
I agree.
19 to hit.
I'll cast shield.
Followed by 22 to hit.
22 will miss.
Okay. Then that is his turn. Demi, what would you like to do?
The one shooting at Poisa is going to get shot at. I'll move here, and I will Hunter's Mark him with a bonus action.
My bad. Wasn't supposed to do that.
Okay.
And let's see, I got Dread Ambusher, so I get to shoot 3 times for my first attack.
Okay.
Okay, and it is.
Hits.
Okay. Second hit.
Also hit.
And all right.
Oh, you shot him 3 times. Kind of rude.
Yep. Well. Okay, so we get that. We get that. We get that. And we get an additional.
Same thing as before. Just let me know when your Tupperware
got
dice
it.
thing is finished.
Woohoo! Very nice. Very nice. Got 1, 2, 3. Tupperware. I mean, do I get the sneak attack? No, I don't. I don't.
No,
Not with
I
this.
don't think so.
Not with this guy. Okay.
No, not yet.
No. All
Once
right,
you have
let's
the
see.
standstill thing, then probably, but
Yep.
not at the moment.
18, 26, 38, 42, 46. Let me just.
Yay. He is still up, but he's bloodied. Because you shot
I'm
him for
sorry.
46 damage.
Yeah, 46 damage. Yeah, that's correct. All right.
Okay.
That wasn't me.
It could have been.
All right.
I would be impressed with your voice acting. All right.
Tiny old dog.
I'm decent at voice acting, I believe. I just don't like doing it.
I'm not decent at it. All right. Let's see. It's gonna move up. And wish he had his mount because it feels wrong to fight without it.
Shouldn't have been inside a building then, loser.
He didn't want to be. All right. Gonna cast Fairy Fire here. And need a dex saving throw from everybody. Luckily, this party's terrible at dex, so the horse made it.
My God. Of course.
So okay, I mean that is actually pretty funny. I'll admit. So the only one who failed.
It's lights. It's fancy lights. Of course, she's helpless.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Ooh, very nice.
All right. So having done that, he's not going to charge forward and be super fucking visible. He's going to go over and crouch down behind the fucking table. He'll kick it over first, so it breaks line of sight. And yeah, that's so. Hick is the only one who they all have advantage. All right. It is Toes' turn. He's going to open the door, look outside, and be horrified. What
Hey
does he
man,
have?
don't attack me for no reason, man. Why would you people doing that?
God, I wish I had Fireball. All right,
So you
let's see here.
stop.
I'm trying to see what he's got. Toes, okay. Toes has spells. So far, they are. Oh, hey, okay. All right, all right. I have all of 2 fucking combat options. I mean, that makes sense. He is going to cast. What does he think it would work on? He's a pretty smart guy. Let's see. Emmy, you're a barbarian. Barbarians are hardy. Balthazar just looks like an inbred. Inbreds are hardy. Can't see Ludger. Pick is a moth person. Purser's riding something. Well, he knows it's important to be able to see to ride something, so he's going to try and cast blindness deafness on Purser.
I like it. That's a con save, I think.
It is.
Yeah, just close my character sheet.
DM, I decide I pass.
But to be fair, I do have a visor on right now because I turned on my whatchamacallit, my visage, so I do have something over my eyes.
There you go. Yeah, Purser, you pass, and you are not blinded, and he feels like that's not a good sign.
Like dig my heels into Redemptor's sides, and he starts charging.
All right, Balthazar, what'd you like to do?
I will like to, let's see here.
I'll put him here so you can't see him.
I'll do a flurry of blows.
Mm-hmm.
So let me do attack number 1. So those are my standard hits. That'll be 10 force damage.
Okay, those hit.
And then my bonus one for another 4. Nice. So 14 force on this guy.
Pretty good. It's not 46. That's what matters to me. All right. If you were all dealing 46 on opening rounds, I'd be like, okay, just need to start changing some things.
Nope. Nice.
Reinforcements arrive, and they're all riding dinosaurs. T-Rexes. All right. So this one.
That
Well, that'd also be fine because they can't fit in here.
That's true. All right. So this one is going to go up. See what they are going to do. Tavara, what's the range? Hand axe. Okay. Yeah, it's worth it to close the distance in. And she just saw this guy get like peppered with fucking arrows. She's gonna go towards. She's tactically trained. She's gonna go towards the person with the longbow, who probably did that. 1, 2. Whoa!
damn,
I like that. That's. I mean,
damn, my range only
not good
works
damage, but.
on attacking stuff.
So she crits for the first one. So I need. Let's see. That, and then a 20 to hit on the second one. Bimmy.
Yep.
26 damage. And between the 2 hits. And Ludger, it is your turn.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, and keep in mind that for clarity's sake, I may be using superiority die to nudge some of my potential near misses. So,
Okay.
just just so that's out there. Because I know that for them, I can basically use them, before when I see the attack, but before
Damage.
well,
Gotcha.
basically before it gets declared hit or miss. So,
Okay.
any case, I will do action surge
All right.
and shoot the person that just shot Bemmy.
Okay. Well, hacked at
So,
him with an axe, but still. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so that's a 15.
Oh, are you targeting this guy or this person here? Sorry.
This
Okay,
person
just wanted to double
because
check. All right.
because I don't want to waste an action on disengage.
Fair
So
enough.
one,
Are you
I'm
doing
gonna do
sharpshooter?
yes. That's why I
Okay.
have a -3.
Okay, I just wanted to
So
check to make sure it wasn't on for
I'm gonna
reason.
use superiority die for that one.
Okay.
16. Does that hit?
16 does not hit.
Okay. Attack them again. I'm not even gonna fucking waste superiority die on that one.
Gotcha.
The fuck on.
I'm sorry for taking your inspiration.
What does a 35 do?
Okay, let me check here. I'm opening the tables. Try this one and this one today. Okay. So, weapon attacks. Ranged. Where's a ranged weapon? Misses. Okay. That is a 35, which is this.
There's got to be the
Oh.
fucking curse of action surge. I've routinely heard shit about did action surge and did less than normal because I get 17 misses in a row.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, then 10 feet. So it's just 3. Roll me a die 4. See where the shot ricochet is. Okay. That's actually not terrible. Roll damage because it's aiming for Chow there. Or actually, just roll another. Yeah. Roll damage on it because you accidentally shot past her and hit the guy behind her. Okay,
Oh,
not bad.
my bad. Would I apply sharpshooter?
Yeah, if you were having it, so that'd be 19 damage. Okay, pretty good for a crit fail.
Okay, and last one.
It could have hit Bemi or Balthazar, but it didn't.
Okay, there we fucking go.
It's a good thing you didn't hit me. You would have had another Boohauer moment.
No,
Okay,
then they
so
all start shooting you.
23 damage. The final one that actually fucking hits.
Okay.
And I use my bonus action to bayonet.
Yeah.
17.
17 just barely hits.
3 piercing.
Okay, she's still up, but she looks like she's nearing bloodied.
Okay, and that's my action, I guess.
Not bad. Okay, Purser, what would you like to do?
Okay. Am I able to squeeze through this space here in like the doorway?
I would say no. At least, well,
Okay.
Redemptor can't. You can just fine. But
Right.
Redemptor will have to like knock over somebody. Well, two somebodies for that to happen. I don't know if that's an
Yeah.
issue for you with Balthazar right now, but as he's mumbling, you just charge him over.
So he will. I'll charge forward, and let's see what is. It's just extra attack. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna draw my rapier and stab down at this man
Okay.
with extra attack. First attack will be Green Flame Blade, which will. Oh, there it is. Appear. It's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. For 5 damage.
Okay.
And the other person there, I think that's an enemy, right?
Balthazar?
This one?
Yes, he's always in there. This one here, yeah, they're
The other drow.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah,
tell
that-
them apart with his boomhauer fucking mumbling.
yeah, that's true.
So that'll be 6 damage to that drow.
Okay. That gets her to half.
And then the second attack will also just hit the guy in front of me
Okay.
for 24 to hit for 11.
That definitely hits. All right.
Champion Purser strikes again.
Okay. And anything else?
That will be it since Redemptor can't fit through the doorway right now.
That is fair. What would you like to do? You are currently
Oh.
all kinds of sparkles.
Redemptor will take the disengage action.
Ah.
Sorry, the dodge action. Sorry.
Ah. Okay. I was like, okay. Pick you are lamp. You're a beautiful purple lamp. What would you like to do?
I have become lamp lighter of worlds.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
I didn't realize my mic was up. This is non-friendly, yeah?
Yeah, she doesn't
Correct.
seem real friendly. She buried an axe in
We
his
gonna
chest.
go pew. We don't like that
Okay.
lady at all. We're staying in the same spot, but I don't think that'll hit.
The 13 does not quite hit, no. But it's not a
Yep.
crit fail. It's not a nat one.
Thank
Important part.
God.
Yeah,
That's
it'd
the
be better in the
exciting
back of the
part.
head.
Hey,
That'd be terrible.
sometimes those work out better. Like Ludger's got a lot of damage on this guy here. So.
Yeah, one of my only 2 fucking hits on something.
That's my whole exciting action.
Gotcha,
Woo.
gotcha. This guy has a plan, and it involves stuff. He's gonna do his classic Eberron clan shenanigans. He is going to cast Fog Cloud. Where is it here? I actually think I have a cool effect for this. One sec. Whoa. Come on.
It's gonna be so good.
Well, damn it. No, it didn't. I thought I got that for free. I guess they didn't give me a free one. Fine. All right, I'll just do a thing then. That's disappointing. Just do the orb. Oh, that's not right. Or oh, come on. All right, one sec here. Thought I had this ready. Sorry, Roll20 just fucking shit it out on me. Okay. Sorry, I have to reset this. Okay. Fuck me. Um, Sure, I guess we'll fucking use this. Jesus Christ. Just drop this here and put a fucking fog effect on. Let's see. There it is. 20-foot radius. Okay, there we go. And we'll say that's this is a good fog color. That seems really big. We'll say he cast it here. There we go. Okay. Can you guys see the radius there? That
I can.
Yes.
okay. And then he's
I'm
going
sorry
to...
that you went to so much work to get that done when I'm just going to cancel it on my next turn.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then he is going to... Yeah, he's going to always stab at Balthazar because he doesn't like him. Yeah, is it Balthazar or... You know what? You know what? He's going to try and hack at Purser because that seems like a good idea.
Right, gonna hit me, man.
Here we go. And he can see just fine because his people crane for this. With blind sight range of 10 feet. 2. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think he can. I think he did his action to cast that. 1 second.
Fog Cloud is an action, yes.
Yeah. In that case, he'll cast that, and then he will move back a bit here. And attempt to hide.
He crouches.
Here it is, stealth. Okay. Bemmy, what's your passive?
19.
All right. He actually. Okay. He's a sneaky boy. He's going to do something as he departs. You know what? We'll say, so you guys don't know which corner he's in. We'll have him this. Because he's technically broken line of sight. And yeah. It's now this guy's turn. Unfortunately, he can't see you guys. So he's cursing. But gonna get over here, do the same thing, knock this over. And he's gonna ready an action the moment he sees one of you guys. He's gonna shoot you. And yeah, Bemmy, what would you like to do?
Can I? I can't see nothing in this fog cloud, can I?
You
Nope.
cannot.
The person in front of me, would they get an attack of opportunity if I back away?
At disadvantage.
Okay. All right.
But they have advantage because they're an unseen attacker.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's just a flat one. Boy, that is a
Yep.
weird one. Okay.
Jeez. Okay. Think.
She hits hard. She like
You hit me really hard.
yeah.
I'm past bloodied.
She's tactical enough to know that the person who like nearly downed somebody in 3 quick shots is like, I need to kill that person
That
right
guy's
now.
dangerous.
Yeah.
How high up is this cloud? Is it like
It's a 20-foot orb, we'll say. 20-foot
okay?
radius. You can see a faint flickering purple light behind you in the fog. I don't know if that helps. It doesn't
Thank
illuminate anything,
God.
but and you can hear Purser's probably maniacal laughing.
This is gonna be ridiculous, but I want to know what you think. I'm gonna cast Rope Trick.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I've seen this. When you do the vampires thing and like wheel them out.
So I've got the rope in my hand. I tug on it, right? And it goes up that 60 feet. And I'm
Okay.
going to climb that rope out of the cloud.
Okay. She's still gonna try and hack at you, but yeah.
That's fine. That's okay.
She can feel that you're leaving. She doesn't know the obscene manner in which you're doing so, but she knows you've
Yep.
left her range.
And I'm just, as soon as I get up there, I'm just gonna pull that rope up and just and just sit up there and just wait, just look down my little window, like someone will show up eventually, right? This fog cloud can't last forever.
16 to hit.
That, my friend, is a hit.
Okay.
Dang.
9 slashing.
Yep. Okay. I am at 10.
And anything else, Benny?
Other than me just being up in the air inside my little hidey hole, no.
All right. All right.
I mean, I'm pulling the rope up, so it ain't visible.
How
Okay.
did you climb up the whole distance?
I
It's half movement
guess
speed.
that's fair.
You can dash to
my
get
movement
30 feet up, right? Or no, the casting of that. Is that a casting of that a bonus action or an action?
Yeah, it's an action to cast.
Action to
And you have half
cast.
speed while climbing.
So you could still get 15 feet.
So
So
that-
you're still in the fog. Eventually, I'll get out of this. Okay. You know
Eventually,
what?
we'll get out the fog.
Yeah, it's got to end somewhere. But someone like
Eventually,
probably
the nightmare
your probably that mean lady hacked the hell out of you as you were departing. Hopefully, it wasn't any of your friends. This guy is also going to save it, like cursing that Eberron clan fucking dog is going to save an action to shoot when enemy shows up. This guy is going to see if he's got any escape plan options here. He's deeply regretting trusting these guys. Yeah, that'll be what he does. Okay. Yeah, that's what he does. Cool. And Balthazar, it is your turn. The world is foggy.
I do have vision. I don't know if it sees through fog though. What
is
does it
the
say
vision?
again? One moment. Uh, you can see normally in darkness, both magical and okay, it's darkness. 120 feet. Never mind.
That's the fun about fog is like it's a great counter to my warlock actually sees through all forms of magical, okay. That's not
It
I
also
didn't know you had that, but I do like how kind of
levels all
universal.
advantages and counters rogues.
Yeah, like I
I will
don't know
go.
why,
I
but
still see
it's
the
a fun
stick. I'm gonna go with a
save.
flanker.
Okay. Yeah, you can still tell someone's there, and you
I'll go
heard
to flank
Femi
this
yelp
lady.
as she like hacked at someone. You need to be here for
I
flanking,
think. Do we
but
do
I
the
don't think
advantage
it
roll
really
in this, or is
matters.
this?
Yeah, advantage. Yeah.
Okay. I would have. Okay, so goes to advantage. All right. 17 and 20.
17.
Or 17, 20? I don't know.
But it's 17, right? Because you have
Okay.
Yeah, you have
so
Oh
it's
yeah,
advantage and
disadvantage
and
because of
disadvantage at the
it's
same
my
time. Yeah.
call.
So yeah, both those hit. Okay.
That'll be 17 force damage.
Nice. Working through it. All right. Okay. And it is her turn. She feels out. She can feel like a rope or something. Somehow you must have tied it to the roof, Bemi. see, she knows Ludger. She remembers Ludger being there, but she's not entirely sure. You know what? She felt someone right now punch her in the back several times. She's going to turn around and start hacking at the ear where Balthazar should be. Okay.
All right.
Okay, that's not terrible. 16.
Both hit me.
Even a crit, but I'll take a 16. So 14 slashing and 12 slashing. Let's add those up. 26 slashing damage.
That's
And yeah, that's
yep.
it for her. Ludger.
Well, the stupid fog is up. I'm pretty sure I can't shoot, so I'm just going to have to try bayoneting her twice.
Okay. This is why in world people like the other clans hate fucking Eberrons. Like you always do this shit. Fight normal.
Really? Okay. What does the 43 get me?
43. Okay. Melee. 43 is okay. As you attack your opponent, you begin to fear they're the superior combatant. Disadvantage on your next attack roll against the target, which it's fine. Like the kind of level you already had that from the fucking fog, so it doesn't actually change anything. Oh yeah, that's a miss.
It's my turn.
Okay. Purser.
Okay. Purser will cast Warding Wind.
Ah, nice.
A strong, like, circulating aura of wind appears around him. And it will dispel the fog cloud,
Nice.
first off.
Okay.
And the aura up. 10-foot radius.
Didn't have knock, but I had this.
Yeah. This was the countermeasure for fire.
Okay.
So
And 1 sec, as 2 arrows are shot towards Balthazar, because they see him now.
with disadvantage.
With disadvantage, yeah. It's a good thing. Quick. Okay, short bow. 1, 2. 14 and 12. I don't think either of those hit you, Balthazar.
Both miss.
Yep, the arrows are caught by the wind. They definitely would have hit if not for that, so they're thrown into the wall. And they both curse and duck back down.
And now that the way is clear, Purser charges forward. And Redemptor will take the dash action to get over here.
Okay.
And
As the wind tears at the fine decorations and things like that. It's all very tasteful. Like the walls are clearly added in after the fact. This was originally a storefront, but it's been pretty artfully changed into like the front area. There was papers all over the tables that are scattering now in the wind. This looks like it was kind of not quite a campaign headquarters, but definitely had that vibe. And these doors are closed, but if they were open, you could see a very lavishly decorated living space.
Yep. And that'll be it for me.
Okay. That thing that was blinding you is gone. It was weird.
You may be muted, Pick.
I keep putting my mic up to drink, and then I'm like, I just don't want to listen to
I
me
lean away
drinking my
from the mic.
lemonades.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Okay, let's
They're still
measure
sparkly,
really
but
fast.
what's that matter? You see, Bemmy
Yeah.
is hanging from a rope 15 feet in the air. Like that.
Well, maybe because he's moved a little bit, I can actually hit this lady. Maybe I'll be able to fire under him and give that a good shot.
Aren't we in the middle of a whirlwind right now?
No, it followed Purser, like as Purser galloped away.
Mother
I was about to say, I
fucker.
started spinning like crazy.
Well, I don't know if one more hit than the last one, but there we go.
Uh,
Wouldn't it be 17 because he
17
didn't
hits.
move?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
if
17.
yeah, I was gonna say
Because I
it's
didn't sit still. Sweet.
yeah. She's still alive.
My
Okay.
God.
Anything else?
Look down and marvel at how sparkly she is, and that is her whole turn.
You are just beyond marvelously sparkly, and you know what? We'll go one more round tonight, and then we'll call it for the session. And it is this guy's turn. I don't know how he could keep hiding. Like realistically, there's nothing to fucking block vision. This isn't Skyrim. So he is going to 5, 10, 15. He's going to come out of hiding. You clearly see him come out from this corner right here. And he's charging at Balthazar with his short sword and in one hand and a like slight glow around his other hand. As he will, let's see, he still has his bonus action. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's what he's gonna do. Bonus action, something like you feel like something grabs at your shoulder and pulls you half away from this guy, distracting you, Balthazar, giving him advantage. He's gonna try and do some attacks. Well, 22 and 15. I doubt those. I doubt the 15 hits.
Both
but
hits.
20... Oh, okay. All right. I'll take that.
You forget. I need like 50 different stats.
Yeah, that's true. Monk problems. Okay. All right. So I'll just roll for the sneak attack on the first one. Wow. Okay. Well, an extra 4 damage for the sneak attack. So that is 15 piercing on the first one and 8 piercing for the second. 23 damage.
All right. I'm still up.
All right. And yeah, he feels like that's a good turn. He looks like he sees that you are viciously stabbed proficiently. And it's this guy's turn. He is going to play pop up. He's going to go with the odds of being able to shoot pick because he has advantage. He's just going to go with that.
Oh,
They are very
He's
familiar
probably
with
gonna do
how
it.
their innate spells work. So short bow twice. Yeah, so that rank. 23 and 11 to hit pick.
23 hits.
7 piercing.
Okay.
And then he ducks back down. Bemi, what would you like to do? You're 15 feet up in the air, and your rope has pretty much stopped like spinning you. When Mercer first activated that, you were just spinning in the fog as it parted around you. Oh,
Just some kid in a windy day in a tire swing getting tossed. All right. I guess I'm going to keep climbing because if I go back down, I'm going to get hit by the same lady again and I'm almost dead.
He looks in really bad shape, I will say. You feel like if you dropped on her, it might kill her. I don't know if you want to drop on her, but you know.
No, because that might kill me.
That's true. It's the conundrum.
Mm.
You know what? I would even allow it for free action if you just let go of the rope.
I'm tempted.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Free action, huh? All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
You
let
plummet
go of the
15
rope to
feet,
land on this lady.
and I will roll a die 6. You kill her, by the way, but just for your fall damage. You
I
take
was
4
gonna
fall
say,
damage.
does she have 1 hit point?
She was at 1. No, it's
Damn
an
it.
auto kill. You kill her landing on her, and you take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And you still have your movement and action and bonus action.
Just stand up. Let's see. Is this butthole in line of sight? This guy here?
I'm sorry. Which is this guy? Oh, that
The one that's marked.
he's cowering behind the table that he kicked over. Not quite line of
Okay.
sight.
All right. But he is. So at the very least, I'm gonna shoot him twice.
Okay. You can't see him, but do you mean this guy? I'm sorry.
Yes, this guy.
Okay, yeah, that's a fire away by all means.
And I'm going to use a bow charge to make him feel the big sad.
Okay.
That's
Fair enough.
brutal.
Both of those hit.
So he gets the big sad.
All right, and could you put up the bow thing and just in case I forgot how that
I
works?
would be more than happy to put up both.
Thank you. Okay. Da.
DC
Building
13 charisma.
charisma saving throw. Okay. Oh. The. It's not a charm effect. That's the important part. All right. Charisma. He failed, so he is feeling very
It's-
depressed.
Well, did he fail the saving throw by 5 or more?
No, he got an 11.
Okay. All right.
But so he doesn't fall prone, but reduced to 10 feet, unless already lower. Wow, that extra sucks because he spent the time to give himself more movement speed.
Yep.
All right, and disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. All right, yeah, he hates this. Everything, like, life is just terrible. He was like, he's the guy who got picked to go and seduce / hang out with some obnoxious noble guy. Like, it just, life sucks. You're right. This guy.
I fucking knew I was getting roommate vibes from our earlier conversation.
It wasn't subtle, and that's, to be fair, that's not in any way like, you couldn't even use it as political fodder. No, like, elves do not care about gender in that way, but yeah, it was very much like foreign influence is definitely prominent there. So this guy is going to pop his head up, and he's the guy who's been concentrating on Fairy Fire and Pick. You can tell Balthazar is barely holding on. Is it worth trying to down him rather than take the guaranteed thing with the pick? You know what it is. He's a trained clan warrior. I'm gonna try and get Balthazar down. 2 short bows. 22 to hit.
Yes.
Okay. 9 piercing.
Good night.
Balthazar goes down, and then the next one with advantage is 19 on pick.
Yep.
And 12 piercing. And then he ducks down. Okay, it's this guy's turn. This is a bad situation. There's winds blowing on his door. This is awful.
It's like shaking and
Yeah, this is exactly why he like tried to go with the biggest bully of the playground. He's trying to help the clan, like all this because he decided to do good things. This is a punishment he gets. You know what? He's gonna be brave. He's gonna be brave. Gonna open the door. 1 sec here. Move him up. Moves up. Opens the door. Sees you, Purser, and he's gonna cast blindness deafness again on you, I guess.
okay.
So a con saving throw.
Yep. 5.
It worked. You're blind.
Oh no. Anyway.
Listen, he's
Yeah.
told that this works. All right, 5, 10. You know what? He's gonna close the door again instead. It helped. All right. He doesn't have a good answer to this. He doesn't have Misty Step or anything. He can't fucking get by. All right. All right, Balthazar, you death saving throw.
Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
That one. Close enough.
The 2. Hey, there's a big difference there. All right, 1 fail. It is her turn. She's busy being dead because someone fell on her. Ludger, what would you like to do?
Hey, Ludger will try to fucking draw fire, considering like the rest of the party's gotten like chewed the fuck up. So 2, 3, 4. Get behind this guy. Uh,
Oh shit! I'm sorry. This guy's been bloodied. But derp. Sorry, meant to mark that.
and he will try to kill this guy. So let's see. Do that. Okay, I'm using my fucking superiority dice
Okay.
to increase the accuracy of that.
Okay.
Hopefully I roll well.
That hits.
Okay,
Yep.
that is 16.
Yep. That's enough.
So
That hits.
okay. Sorry, that's supposed to be 19. I forgot to check the fucking
No,
box again.
you're good. I'm
Uh,
tracking. Plus 10 is easy to add.
Okay, so 19, and I'm gonna make my second attack.
Okay. He's still up, but he's looking
Okay.
barely there.
Okay, that is a 19 to hit.
That hits. How do you want to go?
20.
Because he was at 8.
Basically, cool guy, like almost like not complete slide, but almost like to a knee right behind him as I like pepper him the entire way down. Like basically, like I imagine like the second shot just as I get to him.
Yeah, action
Getting
movie
ready to
slide forward with the gun up. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I was getting ready to bayonet him, but he's already dead. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's basically. Actually, you said healing potions are. No, I'm too far away. Never mind. I end my turn.
Okay. You could attach a healing potion to a crossbow bolt and shoot Balthazar, but I don't know if that would. That might do more harm than good. Okay. So, Purser, what would you like to do?
So Purser
blind.
leans down. Yeah, I know I'm blind. Purser leans down and gives Redemptor like a pat on the side of the neck and says, "Make sure he doesn't leave that room." And as Redemptor whinnies in response, Purser hops down and casts Dispel Magic on himself.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm no longer Warding Winded or blind.
Okay.
However, Warding Wind does remain on Redemptor, which is nice.
There you go.
And then I will draw my sword and advance on the drow hiding behind the table.
Okay. Fair enough. Good use.
And that'll be it for Purser.
All right. Pick. What would you like to do?
All right, I'm going to use healing word. Actually, he's right. He's right here. We got this. So I'm going to just flutter up and cure wounds.
There you go.
It's not great, but you're up.
That's pretty good. 7 points of healing. Oh, no, wait. 5 points of healing. I was counting the sneak.
5 points. Nope, no sneak.
3 damage from sneak. 5 points for heal. Yeah. No, you're good.
It was a particularly like sudden and like stealthy healing.
Yeah.
It caught your immune system by surprise, like boosting it.
Okay, Balthazar, you wake up with 5 hit points and a moth person staring at you, probably.
She uses her little light
All right,
emblem. She's very excited. This is her first time doing this, so she's like,
I stand up. I stand up, which cuts my speed in half, right?
Yeah, on your turn you can stand up and that'll
Do we
take
round
half
up or down? So I got 45 speed. I don't know if I should round down or up.
your...
Oh, look.
I don't know, honestly. That's a weird usually around do you round down, I think? I think that's the standard rule. It's either down or up, but I don't remember. Dan, what do you usually do?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you round up or down for stuff like halved movement speed? I think it's down, but I'm not
Oh
entirely
yeah,
sure.
you always round down.
Gotcha.
All right,
Okay.
so I got
I'm down.
20. I got 20.
Okay. Yeah. On your turn, you get 20 movement to do stuff.
Yeah,
Bonus
that's why if
action
you
to
deal 1 damage to something with resistance, it deals 0, and I hate it.
Let's see here. Let's see what.
But
where
it's
am I?
not your turn yet, I don't think.
Yeah, it's
Pick's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick just
I'll
finished
go
healing
next
you.
turn.
Yep.
And
And that's all she's
anything
got.
else? Oh, that's it. Okay. Then it's this guy's turn. Pursing as he hears /sees Purser hop off that awful weird monster and run over, because now they can't do the peekaboo shit. But he's he's a trained warrior. He's a clan warrior. He's gonna handle this well. Step up. 5, 10, 15.
He's just one guy.
Gonna go over here. He start hitting you with his mace. Yes.
Okay.
So he can't really maneuver the lance that he prefers to use in this goddamn place. All right, so 1, 2. Okay, you know what? He's doing decent in spite of it. 22 to hit.
Okay.
Starts.
22 definitely hits.
Okay, 12 bludgeoning. And then 14 to hit.
14 misses.
Okay, yeah. So he just catches you on the back of the head with this mace. He's just viciously swinging it into you. And yeah, that's it for him. Probably his last turn because he's
How much damage?
12.
12.
Did I delete somebody? Because I feel like we went through the food. Do you guys want to finish combat? I just realized I think I blew past something.
I want to finish combat.
We
Like,
might as
there's
well at this point.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
I just wanted to check.
especially since I'm not going to be here for the conclusion.
Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Bammy.
Okay. Move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. This guy's in range. I'm gonna shoot him twice.
He looks like a strong breeze would kill him.
Good.
Luckily, there's a
Gonna
strong breeze
be-
right next to him.
Okay.
I'm
you wanna do?
assuming. All right.
He was
I
not at
see him.
1. He was at 4.
Well, I see him hit Purser in the back of the head, and I go, nope, never again. Just right through the ears.
Okay. Yeah. He
I
goes
I
down.
look to Bemmy and give a nod, like that was the plan the whole time.
Yep,
I
absolutely.
totally
it
was ready for that.
Absolutely. Can I see him? I know the table's flipped.
I'd say you need to get a little bit further up to see him.
Well, I can't. I've used all my movement. I do have one more attack.
You could try and shoot through the table. I would love that.
Yeah, let's try to shoot through
If you
the
get a
table.
high enough one, then we're like, all right. Yeah.
High enough one hits Purser.
All right, we'll try to shoot through the table. I do have Piercer. I don't know if that.
I like it. You just got to get
All right, 21.
21. Yeah, you know what? We'll say, yeah, that's able to get through. It's not going to do full damage, but yeah, you shoot through the table.
All right. Skadoosh.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, he's taken some damage for the first time, so I'm going to have him do a save to see if he can keep that spell on pick.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack that deals piercing damage, you can re-roll one of the attack's damage. No, I'm not doing that. 11.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it for this one. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, he's able to keep the spell up. Cool.
It's only DC 10.
I know, but still, yeah. When they're non-casters doing it, I'm always a little leery. Anything else, Boomy?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, it's the non-casters that have a better time since they.
I know they have a better chance
13
of
or
it. It's
14
just
con.
in my head, I always feel like they should be worse at it. All right, this guy is going to stand up fully and try and hit you with his mace, because what else is at this point? And like I said, he's a trained warrior. He's going to do it. Nice. 24 to hit for 7 bludgeoning.
On Purser?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. 24 hits.
And an 8 to hit.
8 misses.
Okay, and then he's gonna duck down. And yeah, this Hawkwick is. Let me do a quick check. Is there? I don't think there's any point to me even checking this. Let's see if there's something I missed. Oh, okay. There we go. He is going to try and persuade your horse to move. Listen, he's gonna do what he can here.
What kind of persuasion are we talking here? Because everything in the aura is deafened.
Listen, he does not know that. He's gonna try and yell.
He does know that. It's like deafening wind.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. I mean, I don't think he'd be tracking. If he knows it's magic, he doesn't know how it works. In that case, he's going to just yell from here at the whatever's there. Is he doesn't have a lot of good moves here, right? He's going to try and use his reasonable tone feature and say, it really probably would be best if you let me go and I'll depart. And whatever he says is kind of lost in a lot of the words, but seems to be trying to convince you guys to let him go. Or at
Redemptor
least
just
Redemptor.
glares at him.
But Redemptor can't hear him. Redemptor is, and he's yelling this. I think
I'm
you
telling
can hear
Redemptor to glare at him.
Okay.
Telepathically.
Okay.
Just the most intimidating horse stare.
Okay. That's the boy. This is a D&D quote. All right. Persuasion. Okay. Okay. We got these. I mean, it has to fail. It can't hear him. Still. Yeah, he would have gotten an 18. That's pretty good. All right. Balthasar. You are free to do things. You saw this guy die. There's one behind here.
I stand up.
Yep.
So that's out my movement. Bonus action, step the wind. So I'm at 65.
Okay. These are paper walls, by the way. You could probably Kool-Aid Man your way through them if you
I
really
was
wanted.
gonna say, you know what I'm about to do, Spider-Man.
Yeah, beautiful simplicity of monks. All right, yeah, you could definitely do that.
Sadly, that's there. And I can double action, make a double move, because that was. So you know what I'm about to do, Spider-Man?
You got 20 feet plus your standard for Step of the Wind, right? And then
That's 65.
yep, 65, and then you can take your action to try and move through it, right? Is that am I correct in that's what you're
Yeah, I'm
doing?
just gonna dive through it. Yeah.
So give me an athletics check to see if you like how well you charge through this, or
Let
if it
me
hinders
check
you.
that, because I think my arms allow me to use my wisdom modifier.
Yes.
And place
Okay.
a strength modifier for making strength checks. All right.
All right, yeah, by all means.
Wisdom is better than my strength, so I'm going to roll athletics
Mhm.
and just add a 3 to it.
Sounds good.
So 20.
Yeah, you're able to charge through this wall, and you see a terrified-looking toes trying to yell over the wind at whoever's over here.
The,
Oh,
the
oh,
trained,
wait.
the trained Shakespearean actor about to get pummeled to death by
Read the
fucking
final part
Boomhauer.
of read the final part of Word of the Visage.
Creature can hear you. Yeah, oh
He
yeah,
can
yeah, you
hear me
can.
through the wind.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he can technically. He's not in it. He can
Okay.
he can hear other things, but like yeah.
I
So
can
yeah,
amplify my voice so everything within 600 feet. So you just hear the Boomhauer yell through the fucking wall breaking.
I warned you.
fireball through the hole you just made in the door. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry I don't. Your accent is thick. But as I was saying, there's no need for this to be violence here. And that's Toes' contribution in the 6 seconds you charge through his fucking wall.
You just
Ludger,
Kool-Aid Man through that shit.
he did, yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I have a better angle now?
Yeah. You know what? We'll say you're close enough. You can see like parts of him at least. It's not a great crouching spot. You can definitely see parts of him.
Okay,
For
in that
shooting.
case, I am going to shoot him. Okay. I am going to use my superiority dice.
Okay.
So 16.
16. That misses.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to bother with superiority die. Actually, well, you know what? It's the end of combat. Fuck it. Why not?
Okay.
Yep, that's.
That does not hit.
Yeah, I end my turn because that's all I can do.
Okay. Purser, what would you like to do?
Okay. So Purser will take the attack action and cast Green Flame Blade. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. That's a 12 to hit.
That does not hit, no.
Okay, and the second attack is a 16 to hit.
Let's see here. 16, he catches it on a shield.
Okay. Yep, and that'll be it for Purser.
All right. Yeah. What would you like to do?
We're gonna. I guess I can stay still and focus on guy.
Shoot through the
It'll-
table?
It'll be a flat roll
Is
because
he-
you're shooting through the table. Yeah, you can't see him. Like he kicked
Oh, okay.
he kicked the table over and has been crouching behind it. That's how he's been doing the peekaboo bullshit with you guys.
And if it's gonna be a flat roll, I'm just gonna zip over here.
Yeah, might as well. There you go. Now you can see him.
Boop.
I'd warn you not to shoot through that wall of wind. Though. the blue aura that is on Redemptor. There you go.
It doesn't show up for me, but it could be because it's just
Oh, that's here. 1 second.
lagging.
Turn it on. Player permissions. There you go. Now you guys can see Redemptor's aura. Aura of wind. Redemptor's so fast he breaks wind like that. All right. 20 hits.
I break wind all the time.
Exactly.
And I break the
Windbreaker.
sound barrier. I break the sound barrier.
Okay, so we got 16. Okay, ooh, even numbers. I like that.
And that's the excitement.
Shot. Wait, that's my bad. A little bit more off. There we go. Okay. Redemptor. Wait a minute. Why is it all fucked up here somehow? Okay, there we go. This guy's turn. I don't know what happened there. I must have deleted somebody from turn order.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Might have just been the sorting.
Yeah, maybe. This guy's dead anyways. That doesn't matter. Okay, Bemmy, it's your turn.
All right. I am going to move.
Oh, I know what happened. I deleted the guys as they fucking died. That's why I was thinking, like, somebody had a 23. It was this dude. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Bemmy.
Cannot see him here.
Yes.
Can I see him here?
Yes, absolutely.
I can see him. All right. Well,
Yep.
then I cast pew pew.
Don't get a 1. Yeah, that hits barely. Also hits. Well, it's a 1, but it's not to hit. That's the important part.
Wait, what?
I think for the sneak damage. Saying you got a 1 in sneak damage, but not to hit.
That's true. I mean, we're not adding the sneak damage right now, are we?
Yeah.
When do I add it on?
You add your sneak attack damage when you have advantage attacking the target, or if there is an ally next to the target.
Ah,
And Purser's right there. Purser's technically an ally, so.
That's 24.
Okay. Remember, just once. You don't add it twice. All right. Minus 12. Okay, still up. He's
Of
in
course he is.
very, very rough shape, but he's still alive.
Well, he's about to be in rougher shape.
Anything else, Benny?
Nope.
Okay, Redemptor.
So,
horse
at
about
a
to do?
mental command from Purser, Redemptor backs up into the greater hall, gets a
Sticks
running
his head
start.
through this.
He
Okay,
gets a running
Redemptor's
start
he's
and
gonna knock over the
tramples.
dressers. Oh, I get
No.
your shit. Okay,
Oh
okay.
no, not again. Another Spider-Man.
All right, okay, yeah. So you charge forward and do the trample action on this poor guy.
So that is a 21 to hit for 12 with the first attack.
Okay,
And he has to
he's
give me a strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
still alive. All right, strength saving. He's actually okay at this. What I get? Oh, okay, nat 20. All right, he's up.
Okay. So he gets to avoid the second bonus action hooves.
Great. Okay.
And
He's
that'll be it
alive.
for Redemptor.
And he's going. He knows he's gonna die, but you know what? He's a clan warrior, so there's a lot of pride in this. Mama didn't raise no sissy. He's gonna try and kill Mercer with this last bit of self. All right, 1 sec.
Nope.
D100 a 3. Okay, let's see what a 3 is. 3. God damn it. All right. With his first attack, he accidentally overextends and throws his fucking mace over here. It clatters to the ground and he looks on in horror.
So this man has clearly surrendered.
Yes, clearly.
He's thrown his weapon down, and Purser's stance eases up a bit.
For his part,
he's
he
no
just
longer
looks horrified. And you know what? He's not. He's just stunned at that. You know what? He's gonna try. He's gonna go try and get it. 5.
I was gonna say these crit saves are getting
that will
oddly
provoke an
okay.
attack of opportunity from
gonna say,
Redemptor, and
I
it's
know.
difficult for him.
I know.
Horse
He
kick that motherfucker.
I was gonna say if he surrendered there, I was gonna say these crit fails are actually be kind of handy tonight for all of us.
So I'm gonna give Redemptor a command to try and make it non-lethal, just
Okay.
knock
fair
him to the ground, and
Yeah, because he's clearly surrendered.
yeah,
He's just trying to run away.
it's a 10 to hit.
10 does not hit. He runs over, picks out his weapon, and yeah, there we go. That was his
Oh
turn.
yeah, if he moved all the way over there, Purser gets one too.
Oh
He
yeah,
did the
that's
same.
true. Okay. He's got
Come on.
pretty good armor. But
19?
okay, yeah, you successfully bash him on the back of the head with the hilt of your weapon, and he's unconscious here. Or actually, it would be here. That's when he would have left. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck. All right. So he's unconscious. And it's this guy's turn, and he is surrendering. He's just, I surrender. There's no need to kill me. And that's his action. Balthazar, what do you do?
My stando power just grabs him by the neck and starts carrying him out.
Okay.
I'm
Fair
just
enough.
basically pulling him out. Yeah, pulling him out of this room.
There's really no need to drag me. I'll walk. All right. There's not any need for this level of violence.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you with
I'm
someone sane? Are any of your companions able to speak? They were speaking
Well, you know what?
earlier.
I speak perfectly.
Ludger
I
is
speak
not.
perfectly fine.
Ludger is willing to take this guy prisoner, but he is not in a fucking good mood. So Ludger is literally going to move in to lift this guy off the fucking ground. So we're basically we are going to, if there was a door to open on the way out, we would be opening it with this guy's head. We
Okay.
we are carrying and dragging this guy out
Okay.
to yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's objecting strenuously to this, but he is captured, we'll say. Actually, I don't know if you've knocked him out yet, but he's captured. And yeah, I'm gonna say that's the end of combat because clearly they both surrender.
No, that guy didn't surrender. The one that Purser knocked out. I want to coup de grace his ass, and if anyone has a problem with it, Bemmy's gonna say he threw his mace at me.
Yeah, however you guys that's whatever you want to do, man. It's
He threw his
entirely.
mace at me. Who the
And
hell
after
does that?
and after he was unconscious, I went over and I stabbed him. That way he wouldn't throw it again. But
But are you
regardless,
actually being a surrendered unconscious man?
I'm just being silly. And
Okay.
first of all, did you ever hear the word surrender come out of his mouth?
I was deaf, and he
Yeah.
dropped his weapon. He
No, he didn't drop it. He threw that shit at me.
Shouldn't have buttered up my weapons. All right. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot to stop here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I hope everybody had fun. And
Yeah.
so, Scott, I know you're not going to be able to make next week. What's everybody else's schedule looking like?
I'm good for next week.
Okay.